Thank you, Mayor. We'll start with item 1, calling remote speakers first. Nadia Barbo.
Hi, this is Nadia Barbeau from Moms Demand Action, Dream Together 2030, and I'm a resident of District 1. Today, I want to emphasize the importance of fully funding the city's investment in community violence PVI programs to reduce gun violence. We cannot reduce these programs by the amount proposed on Friday. We need to expand our investment. This work saves lives. Community violence intervention and prevention is an evidence-based practice which is undertaken by many cities throughout the country, and Austin has done a great job of this in the recent years, driving down our homicide from, I believe, 90 in 2021 to 55 last year. We can continue driving that number down with an investment in this upcoming budget, but we cannot save those lives if we drop the budget at the proposed amount. I have participated in some efforts with the trusted messengers on Burton Drive, and that has built community. It has increased the safety of individuals there, and I think we can do more as a city. And I challenge the city council members to fully fund these efforts, because the organizations that are doing this work are integral to the safety of our community. Thank you.
And we have Monica Guzman for item 1. Monica?
Good morning, Mayor and Council. I'm Monica Guzman, Policy Director at Gava Go Austin, Vamos, Austin. First, Gava and Gava residents began meeting with council offices last week, and thank you and your staff for the opportunity. We look forward to our meetings tomorrow and in the following weeks with the remaining council offices. We urge you to invest in early childhood education and development, the workforce behind the workforce. While much is now being funded by Reagan Travis County, or RTC, there are 3 priorities that are not funded by RTC and urge council to approve funding. $75,000 sustained funding for the Austin Travis County Family Child Care Educator Network in partnership with Homegrown Support Strategies for Home-Based Child Care. $100,000 for a program coordinator role at Austin Economic Development to sustain the city's commitment to home-based child care and to build partnerships to ensure the impactful network implementation already begun and is fully realized. $325,000 implementation of a direct assistance program pilot for child care providers. Partner with Homegrown Thriving Providers Project to address their economic instability of home-based child care providers caused by low wages and their care work and Austin's affordability crisis. In the current economy, many residents are facing difficulties. Invest $1.3 million in the Family Stabilization Grant, providing an opportunity for an improved quality of life for 80 households. In the current political climate, there is a daily threat of detention and deportation. Residents are afraid to leave home for work, send their children to school, or even shop for groceries. Invest in immigrant supports with $570,000 for legal representation services and $250,000 for mental health services. Invest $750,000 for implementation of a dedicated community health worker strike team that can engage and inform communities on blue sky days and engage vulnerable communities during climate stressors and
Next, we have Lily Ann Ortiz. Lily.
Hello. Good morning, City Council members. Thank you for your attention and for listening. My name is Lily. I wanted to speak today to you all because I care about the people and the places in our city, and I want to make sure that council members know what we know and what we, as simple residents on our own, are learning and understanding. So I now live in District 2, but I used to live in District 4. I lived in District 4 for 4 years. It was while I was living there that I began to really notice and care, honestly, quite frankly, about people that were unhoused, people dealing with mental health issues and gun violence, because it was very common to hear gunshots which I was not accustomed to and hadn't experienced in Austin yet at that level. So I'm a UU, a Unitarian Universalist. We're a group of people who focus on social justice and interdependency and what we can do to help. So I did my research, I did my homework. I found the groups and the people that are doing what is called CVI work in Austin. So really quickly, let's just talk facts. It is a fact, right, that CVI work has actually helped Austin decrease its violence. We are assisting the police. We are assisting EMS. We are just as central and integral to the ecosystem as anyone else. It is a fact that other cities in the nation are following the same models and doing the same thing and showing results. It is common sense for us to not cut any money going towards community violence intervention work. We are just as essential. So please consider facts, consider evidence, and consider what the intelligent people of Austin are asking you to invest in. Thank you.
And we have Jennifer Robichaud, item 1.
Good morning, City Council. My name is Jen Robichaud, and I provided a video to the City Clerk for my testimony today.
My name is Jen Robichaud. I moved to Austin 22 years ago and I've built my life here. I'm a wife and a mother, a homeowner, a business owner, and a neighbor. Mayor, council members, and city manager, I'm grateful for the opportunity to participate in this year's budget process. And I speak today assuming positive intent, that we all want an effective plan that honors the city's real needs, the people who live here, who work here, who build their businesses here, the people who fund the city and keep it thriving. Setting clear priorities is the foundation. Every extra dollar you take from us is a dollar we must cut from our own budgets. So we're not asking you to do anything that you're not already asking of us. We are simply asking for common sense. We rely on you to advocate for us, ask the hard questions, and make the tough calls. And after taxpayers voted down the tax rate election last year and demanded that you make tough decisions, you proved that you can do exactly that. So going into this year's budget revisions, I encourage you to prioritize for the benefit of the common welfare, to protect the reserve fund, and to act as a fiduciary to every Austin taxpayer. The annual city budget should fully fund essential services first, public safety, utilities, and infrastructure before any other spending. Then fully fund freely available public resources such as libraries and parks before anything else. The city should maintain a general reserve fund of at least 17% at the start of the fiscal year and not allow that reserve to be used to balance the proposed budget, because this reserve exists to address the unforeseen and to keep the city on solid ground. The City Council should also seek ways to stretch every dollar further. Comb through this budget and look for better ways to allocate the money you already have. Thoughtful budgeting opens doors. It builds trust with both voters and lenders. I also urge every taxpayer listening who wants a budget built on priorities, transparency, and results to participate in this discussion as well. Thank you.
Moving now to in-person speakers for item 1. If I call your name, please come forward and take a seat. State your name for the record. Carlos Leon, Bryden Summers, Scott Cobb, Michelle Espinoza.
Soy Carlos Leon. First and foremost, gracias a Dios for letting me speak to budget issues related to Austin police oversight. Last month, I filed one complaint against an officer who seemed to be stalking me at 1 a.m. and another against APD's Special Investigations Unit, unbelievably claiming there is no evidence of any violation of state law within my 248-page, evidence-based allegations of violations against Cap Metro's Daryl Jamail, former APD commander, and Miles Turpin. Though APO's mission is to provide impartial oversight of APD's conduct, practices, and policies, to enhance accountability and inform the public to increase transparency, APO initially failed in 5 ways: not providing me a tracking ID number upon receipt of the complaint, bearing need-to-know processing information in online FAQ answers without telling me to read them, not following protocol by not telling me my processing options or rights, making processing decisions for me without my consent, and communicating contradictory information. I emailed Director McCant a 9-page letter documenting these problems with evidence, which you should have received yesterday from the city clerk's office. I warned McCant I'd be testifying here today and reminded her that you publicly called for transparency and accountability in her position when she was appointed. 40 minutes later, Complaint Supervisor Duran respectfully reached out to me to address these issues at my convenience. He and I spoke this morning as scheduled. If APO fixes their faults forward, then fully fund them. If not, reduce their funding. Expect follow-up from me before approving the final budget. Actualizing Isaiah 117, APO should transparently facilitate APD accountability from start to finish with all us complainants, not opaquely impede it. In Jesus' name I pray, amen.
Mr. Cobb, please begin.
My priorities this year are a living wage increase for the temporary workers, the most vulnerable employees, of $1. Last year, the budget only gave us a 1.94% raise, while the regular employees got 4%. Some people got an equivalent of 6% with the cash bonus. They explained that because they said they looked at the CPI for January, February 2025, and it was 1.94. CPI today is 3.5. In Dallas, it is 2.6. We are falling behind. We need to be caught up so that our wages pay for what they paid for the previous year in terms of food, rent, and gas. That is not the case right now. I'm also concerned that the City of Austin Park Department cut the paid training stipend this year from $400 to $200, a significant cut in our pay. That was implemented because I put a question a couple of years ago and I said, we should be paid for our training. And Parks and Recreation committed, we will put people on payroll and pay them. They did not do that. They came up with the $400 stipend, which amounts to $10 an hour over a 40-hour course. But now they cut that to $200, a significant cut in our pay. So we need a living wage increase, and we need to go back to $400 as they committed in the answer to the budget question. I also want to make sure that where our dental insurance continues or is restored, I don't actually know what the exact status is because I asked Susan Sins and she refused to tell me. So maybe one of y'all could tell me. Thank you very much.
Yes, please, begin. Excuse me?
Ms. Espinoza?
Yes. Hi. Mayor, council members, my name is Michelle Espinoza, and I work for the Texas Harm Reduction Alliance. I want to start by telling you how I got this job. I was a person on the other side of the table. I walked in to harm reduction because I wanted help, and I didn't trust anybody. Teacher, there's people who have been through what I was going through. Nobody asked me to be fixed. They treated me like a person instead of a case number. They kept showing up. I wanted help, and they were there to help me. So sorry. Sorry about that. Somebody from Harm Reduction actually drove me to Houston because that's the only place that there was a bed available in rehab. And they drove me there. After working a full day, they drove me there. Now I'm the person on the other side of the table. Then people want help. I do this work every day. Crisis response, de-escalation, trauma-informed care, peer support. But those are your words for it. Here's what it actually is. I'm sitting with somebody at 7 in the morning who just watched a city crew throw their tent in the truck. I'm talking them down before this day becomes the day that they give up. I carry Narcan because I know I will use it. I can't even tell you how many times I've had to use it. It's remembering someone's name for 6 months before they take a single thing from me, because trust is the whole job. And trust takes time you can't shortcut. People talk to me because I'm not a threat to them. They talk to me because I've been where they are and they can tell. You can't hire that. You can only fund it. And I need you to hear this. The need is going up, and it's going up fast. Austin's report says between May and July this year, the city logged 852 encampment.
Thank you, Ms. Espinosa.
Okay. Thank you.
Continuing with item 1, Maggie Luna, Angela B. Garza, Sean Oliver, Judy Gradford. If I've called your name, please come forward, state your name for the record.
As indicated, once your name's been called, please come forward, take a seat, and let us know what you think. Why don't you begin?
Okay, hello. My name is Maggie Luna. I'm the Executive Director at Texas Harm Reduction Alliance. I wish I had time to talk to each and every one of you and meet with your offices, but unfortunately, we're on the ground doing this work every single day. THRA saves the city money by providing essential health services through our partnerships. We're offering wound care on site for Hep C testing, HIV, STI testing. We are catching infections early at our drop-in center instead of emergency rooms. We connect people with long-term care, and we're delivering education that prevents the spread of infectious diseases without stigma and without barriers. We encourage early intervention before the wounds worsen or infections become costly and public health issues. THRA is a safe space for those people who have been turned away everywhere else, including people who are experiencing temporary psychosis. Our established relationships allow us to de-escalate situations peacefully, avoiding police, ambulance, and jail involvement. We offer a safer, more cost-effective solution. We promote safe syringe disposal. We participate in street cleanups to remove biohazards. We keep the community safer. These efforts are not in the city's budget, but they prevent costly emergencies, arrests, infections, and environmental hazards. We save public dollars and protect our neighbors, and we are already providing this critical work. I talk daily with people who are seeking services at THRA, and one of my favorite clients looked defeated at me the other day after staring at the sky. He had just lost everything, his documents, his photos, his medication, and it had all been dumped into the trash right in front of him. THRA has been working with this guy for several months to maintain his hope while awaiting housing. His camp was swept, he's been pushed further into instability, and we are helping him to recover vital documents and essential survival items. The recent uptick in sweeps have scattered people. Thank you.
Thank you. Please.
Hi. Hello, everyone, leaders. I'm Angela Garza. I'm speaking as a citizen, a disabled citizen who works and chose not to take disability. I am in a state program right now because we have no program for disabled people to come back into work in the city of Austin that I know of. And which was incredible to me with all the work and volunteer work that I have done for many leaders to sit in leadership positions. The other thing is that I went through some of the budget, and thank you, manager, for providing that form. What would be very helpful for us when you go to the organizational part is to place the incomes of each leader there in each role and perks as well. And that will help everybody understand why we might be separate from understanding why so many people are struggling in the city. And we are hard workers. We're not lazy people. We work. We don't take many vacations as well. The second thing that I would look at is the part of real estate. The only thing that you have on real estate is the sales for ABOR. But what's missing are the transactions in lawyers' offices, the commercial real estate, the wholesale real estate, the predatory wholesale real estate, the people that are flipping homes as well in our city as well. And that information is missing there. And we would love to see what that looks like as well. And as you note that on the ABOR part, what district is purchasing the houses and which districts are being gentrified highly would be great to understand as well. We do appreciate all the hard work that you're doing. We understand the state is implementing what you're asking to implement there, but we're also being called things as lazy, and our families are not lazy in this city. I can tell you and attest to that. And we're being called by leaders that we have voted into this area as well. So I want to thank you for all your hard work, but please take these words to measure as well. Have a great day.
Thank you. Please. Ma'am, why don't you go ahead?
All right. I'm Judy Gradford, and I am a resident of District 2. Good morning to all of you. And I'm also a raging granny, so this testimony is a singing testimony. We need you to lead us with courage, to stand up for the poor and oppressed. When we see all the funds go to policing, we can't help but get quite depressed. Invest, invest, invest so together we thrive. Invest, invest in a budget that keeps us alive. These cuts to such vital programs means many will fall through the cracks. Investing in people saves money. Don't balance on poor people's backs. Invest, invest, invest so together we thrive. Invest, invest in a budget that keeps us alive. The community has collaborated and crafted a budget that's fair. We ask that you listen to us and pass a budget that shows you care. Invest, invest, invest so together we thrive. Invest, invest in a budget that keeps us alive. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Sean Oliver. I'm the Executive Director at Life Anew Restorative Justice and the co-founder of ATX Peace, along with Jail to Jobs. Thank you for this opportunity to share with you. I myself spent over 27 years incarcerated for an act of gun violence. I was a part of the 1% that CVI, or Community Violence Intervention, focuses on. In 2020, I came to Austin and I was provided a second chance. That second chance consisted of me being allowed not only to work for Life Anew, but be able to affect gun violence and prevent it in a spectacular way. Why do I say spectacular? Because ATX Peace, what's the return on the investment? What I would share with you is the return on the investment is citywide homicides fell from 90 in 2021, which was the peak, to 55 in 2025. That is a 39% decline. In the specific neighborhoods where ATX Peace works, homicides dropped 39% in just 1 year. That's 2024 to 2025. That's sharper, faster, and better than the citywide number. And that is the strongest point to save lives of community violence intervention. We served 792 clients in 2025 when we were expected to only serve 519. We had 1,901 street outreach client touches in 2025. We had 81 de-escalations. Simply put, Austin cut the ribbon on this infrastructure, then absorbed the 1.18 million federal loss, but it still doubled down. ATX Peace works. A 39% year drop in homicides is nothing to wink at. The average cost of a homicide is $1.2 million. If you want to look at that financially, you can say $1.2 million times 39 lives that were saved. That's what we saved the city of Austin, and we just want you to take this opportunity to consider that.
Thank you, sir.
As we continue with item 1, Pat Valstreas, Savannah Lee, Nyla Dominguez, Veranda Durden. Please state your name for the record after you have a seat at the front.
Please come down if your name has been called. Why don't we start here and we'll go this direction.
Good morning, y'all. My name is Savannah Lee. I'm a resident of District 1, and I'm here with Equity Action in support of the Community Investment Budget. This year, the CIB has the support of nearly 40 organizations, spanning from folks who work on climate resilience to mental health, maternal support to labor. Over the last 5 years, the coalition has expanded, and I want to make clear that this isn't a coincidence. It's because the people in the city believe that funding social services, housing, climate resilience, and violence prevention isn't negotiable. It is the very core of what makes us special. I'm here today, at the beginning of this process, to say that the budget in front of us does not reflect the interests and needs of your community. We have a month to ensure that the end product does, and I look forward to doing that work together. Specifically, I want to discuss the outrageous addition to the police budget. Adding $25 million to our most well-funded department while trying to make the case that we're in a $26 million deficit and therefore cannot fund community priorities is frankly laughable. I genuinely do not know how you expect to gain the understanding of a community regarding our financial situation while simultaneously writing another check to APD. If one department has to endure cuts, they all should. Keep the police budget flat at $526 million and make the cuts necessary to fit in the $11 million in raises that you're required to make. That $25 million can and should find another home, like the $16.8 million in cuts to social services over the next 2 years or the Housing Trust Fund. Not just because it's the right thing to do, and it is, but because it's an evidence-based investment. We know that investment in these services saves us money over time. We either invest now or we pay tenfold later. This should not be a difficult choice. We know what keeps us safe. Fund support for survivors of domestic violence, fund violence prevention, fund housing and health care, and choose the people of this city. Thank you.
Please.
Hi, I'm Nyla Dominguez. I'm a student ambassador for Life New, and I'm a student at Travis Early College High School. Life New has really done a lot for me. They're a big help when it comes to social services, and they have created me to be a bigger and better person. A little bit of backstory from where I kind of came from as far as finding them. I went to a school that wasn't very healthy in the Austin area, and I had just came out of that school. I was traumatized, I was scared, and I thought there was no hope for me there. And when I found Life Anew my 8th grade year, they had really helped me be a bigger person, and I learned of a strategy called CBT, which is cognitive behavioral theory. You have a feeling, an emotion, a thought, but it's always what you are going to act upon that matters the most. That they taught me about gun violence. I have learned to turn around and walk away from fights instead of fighting, and I have come here to ask that we please do not cut budgets for child and youth services. Thank you.
Thank you. Please.
Thank you, Mayor and members, for the opportunity to speak. My name is Pat Valstreyes. I'm here to speak about animal services and specifically the lack of funding, once again, to attain both open intake and no-kill. Currently, at the monthly Animal Advisory Commission meetings and also in private conversations I have with many, many people, I hear over and over again that the issues, the hardships, and the sad, sad stories caused by people being turned away when they find a loose dog, it's really painful to hear those stories, and it's very sad. And I think there is a way to address that, and that is to have both no-kill and open intake. Closed intake has at times been called by people managed intake or limited intake. I don't agree with those terms. I think if you're the person who has found a dog that you can't keep at your house and you go to the shelter and you're turned away, to you that's closed intake. And it is it's something that happens very often. It may not happen all the time, but it happens very often. So there are times when we close intake. Back a few years ago, the city auditor found that there was a conflict between open intake, humane care, and no-kill. I spoke with you then at your council meeting where that was discussed, and I said then, and I'll say it again, it doesn't have to be a conflict. You can adequately fund all three. You can adequately fund a no-kill shelter, an open intake shelter, and also provide humane care. So my request is that in this year's budget process, You look at how much it would cost to be both open intake, no kill, and to provide humane care for the animals at the shelter. Then, if you find that you don't have the funds, you cannot afford all three of those, like the city auditor brought up, then work with us to fund that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank all of you.
The last group of speakers for item 1 are Sherwin Patton, Zenobia Joseph, Rosa Marie Murillo, Robert Mueller.
Good morning, first of all, and I want to thank Councilman Jose Velasquez, also Mayor, and also Cheeto for you all support with community violence intervention and the work that's already being done here, so we don't want to overlook that. The question that I want to put before us today is, will cutting prevention today save money, or will it simply move much larger cost into tomorrow? Every dollar removed from community violence intervention and child and youth services doesn't eliminate the need, it shifts the cost. History has shown that when communities substantially reduce investments in prevention, youth development, and family support without providing adequate alternatives, the need does not disappear. It simply shifts to more expensive and less effective systems. We have seen the consequences before. The costs ultimately emerge in increased public safety demands, overcrowded emergency rooms, violence in our community, sometimes homelessness, and it always is a strain on our families and our schools. So community violence interventions and youth services are a need in our community. It stabilizes our families. They are essential public safety and community infrastructure. And with the rise of violence that we see coming amongst our youth, we have to make sure that we're very intentional with working with our youth, like Nyla Dominguez, who just spoke before us moments ago. As service providers, our collective responsibility is to help ensure that ecosystems of support surrounding our children, youth, and families remain strong and uninterrupted. So we're calling on the council today to look at the budget and ensure that we don't cut in these areas that are necessary to keep our community safe. I represent not only Life and New Restorative Justice and ATX Peace, but I represent Dream Together 2030, but I'm most proud to say that I am an Austinite that believes that we thrive when we work together to do what makes sense. Thank you all.
Thank you. Please go ahead.
Good morning, and thank you for the opportunity to speak. I'm going to share 3 things that I would like for you to consider. Please do not put these cuts on the backs of the most vulnerable populations in our city. I am asking you to oppose the proposed budget for reductions for fiscal year 27, as well as the proposed reductions in fiscal year 28. If you must put these cuts on the backs of the most vulnerable, I ask you to please consider the following questions. That every reduction to essential health and human services include a publicly available program-level impact analysis. Which contracts will be affected, how many residents will lose services, and who they are, and what council district they live in. I ask you to look at the anticipated impacts on community outcomes, the rationale for those reductions, and the city's plan for mitigating the impact and propose of a continuity of operations for serving these residents. I'm going to leave you with a piece of data. For us, data are people. Last year, we distributed close to $8 million focusing on eviction prevention, rent assistance, reaching almost 5,000 families. 5,000 unique individuals. Of those, 50% were children.
Thank you very much.
Good morning, Mayor, council members, and City Manager. My name is Reverend Robert Mueller. I'm from Shepherd of the Hills Presbyterian Church, which is in Councilman Ellis's district. But our church also has a property in District 3, where Councilman Velasquez is. I thank you for the opportunity to encourage you to fully fund community violence interrupter programs like Life Anew's ATX Peace in your budget this year. I spent 38 years of my career in the 78207 zip code of San Antonio, one of the poorest and most violent in that city. I witnessed murders and I buried children from gun violence. I now serve a church with a campus at Old Torf and I-35 directly across from Travis High School and just across the highway from the new Housing Navigation Center location. In San Antonio, I witnessed the way Big Mama's Safe House, another CVI program, significantly reduced violence in the areas where they were active. And now, working in one of Austin's most violent hotspots, I personally experienced how effective CVI is in curbing violence. This year, ATX Peace staff at Travis High School learned that 2 rival groups were planning to have a violent fight on our church campus. ATX Peace trusted messengers showed up on our property, addressed the individuals, de-escalated the conflict. The next day, we opened the church hall and paid for a pizza lunch and a conversation among these students and CVI staff from ATX Peace. The kids were taught how to avoid and prevent violence by their own choices, as Nyla described. The following week, we provided ATX Peace free office space on our campus, free use of our fellowship hall to meet with students, and we wrote a grant for denominational money to help support their work. Ensuring public safety is one of the most sacred obligations you have as elected leaders, and ATX Peace is an extremely good investment for fulfilling that obligation. They have reduced homicides in Austin, and we pray that you will continue to support them in that work. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Joseph?
I have a presentation, Mayor.
All right. They're indicating that they don't have your presentation. When did
I
you...
sent it to the city clerk in a timely manner.
Well, but they're indicating you didn't. They don't have it, so...
So the rules don't work.
Ms. Joseph, I'm just telling you what the facts are. How about that?
Okay, then could they get it? Well, no, I'm going to ask this technical question. Can they at least find it for item 2? That gives them time to ask the clerk.
If you have it, they will look for it. If you presented it as you indicated, they will look for that.
And I did yesterday, 5 p.m.
All right. Thank you very much. Do you want to talk today?
I'll talk to you. Yes,
Okay.
Mayor. Thank
Please.
you, Mayor, Council. I'm Zenobia Joseph. I just want to make some comments, echo Dr. Murillo, as it relates specifically to the $2.2 million that you're cutting from social services. I want you to remember that Joyce James got a $2.9 million sole source no bid contract to reimagine public safety. I would ask the city manager to go back and check what the outcomes were for that grant. I would ask you as well, city manager, to recognize that you have a $5.8 million contract to movability. And it was December 13, 2018, when Rob Spiller was asked by council for the outcomes, and he said it was elusive cars being taken off the road and the amount of pollution we were reducing. However, you have, in fact, not cut the budget for the people who are actually making these discriminatory decisions. So my comments, as they always are in the context of Title VI of the Civil Rights Act of 1964. I would ask you to recognize as well, you have health equity, but there's more money for community outreach than you have for programs. So I would ask you to look at that amount of money and to reverse it. I want to tell you specifically, I have a note here, $6.2 million for the Equity and Inclusion Office, and the slides will show you that what we got are a bunch of reports and they do a bunch of training. That's a waste of money. So I would ask you to recognize the need to either reduce that office or to actually eliminate it. You have specifically, I want you to recognize 354 in the budget, volume 1. You are actually transferring 2 equity positions, $299,000 to the equity office. I mean, come on, city manager, what are they doing? It's 1 to 5 miles to the affordable housing. So they're not enforcing the Fair Housing Act of 1968. You've seen the pictures over on Runberg, North Lamar. And I will just tell you specifically that the fare is going up. And Cheeto Vela, this is the sign at your stop this morning. If you have any questions, I'll gladly answer them.
Thank you, Ms. Joseph.
Mayor, as we move on to item 2, we have remote speakers. Patricia Diaz.
Hello, my name is Patricia. I am a member of Grassroots Leadership District 1. I am here to ask City Council to invest in resources like the immigrant legal services for the most vulnerable and needy during this time of crisis. When all the lawyers just want money, I have been living in Austin for 17 years, and we need legal support. On May 22, 2026, my husband was pulled over at a traffic stop. The constable who stopped him initially said it was because he didn't have insurance, but when he checked, he saw that he had insurance. He told my husband he would just give him a ticket, but then he picked up this radio, and at that moment, my husband knew that he had called immigration. Since that day, everything has turned into a living hell. They took him to Pearsall, Texas, and my husband has been the sole breadwinner for our family. We have 3 children who are U.S. citizens, and they're being affected by all of this. The children are so distressed that I've had to take them to therapy because they don't even want to go outside. They cry constantly. They just want to stay locked up inside their room. The anxiety of not knowing when their dad will be released has taken a toll on them. My oldest daughter graduated from high school May 27th of 2026, and her father wasn't there. She's filling out applications to go to college, and now her situation is uncertain. She doesn't know what will come of her future since her dad is the only one working. On July 31st, he has a hearing where they will decide whether he can stay, and that day they only gave him 2 options: sign his voluntary deportation papers or be deported if his petition is denied. He's been struggling since the last court hearing, and he's reached the point of desperation. We're all going through a traumatic ordeal, and we pray to God that it will end soon. That the judge will see that my husband is a good man who has paid his taxes, and that his children and I need him back. These are the reasons why it's important for the City Council to continue investing in legal services for immigrants, to ensure that our community has access to resources and attorneys who won't scam us or take advantage of our desperation.
Is whether we set a public hearing to receive and consider public comment on the proposed budget, and there's a suggested time, as I've already read in the record. So while that's important testimony and we're happy to hear it, if you've signed up to speak on item number 2, we need you to speak on whether or not on item number 2, which is related to the setting of a public hearing.
Next remote speaker for item 2 is Monica Guzman.
Ms. Guzman? Let's go to the next speaker.
We will try.
Hello, did someone say my name?
Yes, a couple of times.
Okay, sorry, I could not hear you. Good morning, Mayor and Council. I'm Monica Guzman, Policy Director at GABA. Go Austin, vamos Austin. Thank you for your pending approval to set the July 30th public budget hearing to start at 3 p.m. We request clarity from the city when the online speaker registration window is posted for said hearing. Clarity on when the online speaker registration closes to ensure when all who want to be heard do not miss out on the opportunity. In addition, GABA supports all speakers advocating for community investments, specifically the community investment budget. Investment in the CIB priorities will move Austin in the direction of a more equitable and economically stable budget. Thank you.
What we will do, just so that in response to that, what we will do, because that's a good comment about making sure that there's not confusion about the sign up, we will do a couple of things. One is I will post on the message board the time frame so that everybody can go to the message board and see that. But in addition, as I start, and I'm going to do this time and time again so that people will know, I'll go through the schedule the way I did this morning, maybe not in as much detail as I did this morning, but I'll also say that publicly more than once so that people will know and nobody will miss the sign up.
We have 2 in-person speakers for item 2 who have requested Spanish interpretation services: Kayla Estevez and Catalina Leticia Juarez.
The testimony should be with regard to the public hearing and setting the public hearing.
Hola, Hola, buenos días. Mi nombre es Catalina Juárez. Soy miembro de Grassroots Leadership, ubicado en el Distrito 1. Estoy aquí para pedirle al Consejo Municipal invierte en viviendas accesibles y apoyo legal para inmigrantes.
Hello, my name is Leticia Juarez, and I'm a member of Grassroots Leadership in District 1. I'm here to ask the City Council to invest in affordable housing and legal support for immigrants.
Tengo 24 años viviendo en Austin, Texas. Una mañana en camino a la iglesia del 15 de junio del 2025 nos detuvo un trooper y con engaños nos bajó de la troca. Cuando nos bajamos ya estaba el ICE.
I've been living in Austin for 24 years, and one morning on June 15 of 2025, on our way to church, a trooper pulled us over and under false pretenses made us get out of the truck.
Entre 8 a 10 agentes nos llevaron a una detención. 1 de cada 5 familias sufre un golpe durísimo en sus ingresos cuando detienen a un ser querido, perdiendo un promedio de $18,003 al mes.
When we got out, ICE was already there. Between 8 and 10 agents took us into custody. 1 on 5 families suffer a severe blow to their income when a loved one is detained, losing an average of $1,803 per month.
Este apagón financiero deja a las familias con las manos atadas sin poder pagar la renta o la hipoteca y las empuja al derecho a la calle. Por eso pido que apoyen a viviendas accesibles, pues cuando salí de la detención con grillete y a mi esposo lo deportaron aún sin hacer nada malo, ya no pude pagar el hogar de mi hija y mis nietos. Nosotros somos los que necesitamos apoyo, no los millonarios y la policía.
The financial crisis leaves families helpless, unable to pay rent or mortgage, and pushes them right on the street. That's what I'm asking you to support affordable housing, and because I was released from detention with an ankle monitor and my husband was deported, even though he hadn't done anything wrong, I could no longer afford the home where my daughter and grandchildren lived. We are the ones that need support, not the millionaires and not the police.
Una vez más les pido que apoyen a los fondos de vivienda accesible y apoyo para los inmigrantes, porque cuando salgo mi hija me dice cualquier cosa me llama, pero si hay una emergencia no llame a la policía, porque no nos van a ayudar si no trabajan con ICE para separar a las familias.
Once again, I ask you to support affordable housing and assistance for immigrants, because when I'm out in the city, my daughter always tells me, call me for anything, but if there's an emergency, don't call the police. They won't help us, but they work with ICE to separate families.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you.
Thank you. Gracias.
Buenos días, mi nombre soy Keila Esteves. Gracias por escucharme y soy miembro de Grassroots Leadership ubicado en Distrito 1.
Good morning, my name is Keila Esteves. Thank you for listening to me, and I'm a member of Grassroots Leadership in District 1.
Estoy aquí para pedirles que inviertan en lo que realmente hace más fuerte en nuestra comunidad: la prevención de la violencia, el desarrollo de la fuerza laboral y los servicios legales para inmigrantes.
I'm here today to ask you to invest in what truly makes our community stronger: violence prevention, workforce development, and legal services for our immigrants.
Soy inmigrante, madre y trabajadora. Como muchas personas en esta ciudad, trabajo, pago impuestos y quiero contribuir al bienestar de mi comunidad. Creo que una ciudad fuerte se construye cuando todas las personas tienen oportunidad y acceso a la justicia.
I'm an immigrant, a mother, and a worker. Like many people in this city, I work, I pay taxes, I want to contribute to the well-being of my community. I believe a strong city is built when everyone has opportunities and access to justice.
Necesitamos una comunidad que no solo responda a la violencia cuando ocurrió, sino que también trabaje en prevenirla.
We need a city that not only responds to violence when it occurs, but only that works to prevent it.
Sí, necesitamos soluciones para construir seguridad. También necesitamos invertir en la capacitación continua de derechos humanos, resolución de conflictos, salud mental y trato digno para todas las personas. Deberíamos inspirar confianza, no miedo.
Yes, we need solutions to ensure safety, but we also need to invest in training and ongoing training on human rights, conflict resolution, mental health, and a dignified treatment for everyone. We must inspire trust, not fear.
Mejor aún, deberíamos invertir en recursos que previenen que las personas entren en el sistema. El desarrollo de la fuerza laboral apoya a las personas a conseguir estabilidad y seguridad.
We should invest in resources that prevent people from entering the system in the first place. That workforce development helps people achieve stability and security.
Hablo también como inmigrante. Muchas familias viven con miedo porque no pueden pagar un abogado o porque no entienden el sistema legal, que es complejo. Muchas enfrentan solos procesos que pueden decidir el futuro de nuestros hijos y de toda la familia.
I also speak as an immigrant because many families live in fear when they cannot afford a lawyer because they do not understand a complex legal system. Many face legal proceedings on their own that could determine the future of their children and their entire family.
Yo, por ejemplo, tengo una corte el 25 de agosto y temo lo que pueda pasar. No cuento con un abogado y no tengo los recursos. Invertir en los servicios legales para inmigrantes me ayudaría a mí y a cientos de familias.
For example, I have a court hearing on August 25th, and I fear anything that might happen to me. I do not have a lawyer, and I have a lack of resources. Investing in legal services for immigrants will help me and hundreds of families.
Una vez más, les pido al Consejo Municipal de Austin que proteja la inversión en la prevención de la violencia, en el desarrollo de la fuerza laboral y en los servicios legales para inmigrantes. Invertir en la prevención, oportunidades y justicia fortalece nuestra comunidad. La policía no necesita más dinero.
Once again, I ask the City of Austin and the Council to protect investments in violence prevention, workforce development, and legal services for immigrants. Investing in prevention, opportunities, and justice is what strengthens our community. Thank you very much, and do not invest in the police.
Thank you.
Also for item 2, we have Carlos Leon, Hans Maverick, Mark Philly, Tara Tucker. If I've called your name, please come forward. State your name for the record.
And again, I'm asking, please speak relevant to the item on the agenda.
Soy Carlos Leon. First and foremost, gracias a Dios for letting me call for enough total time for the upcoming public hearing. There is much you all need to know before approving the final budget. For example, since August 2023, APL's library use rules 2B3, 15D1, and 15D2 have not complied with your superseding rules for public use of city properties or paramount constitutional law. Though Assistant City Manager Hayden Howard knew about that during APL's director search and promised City Auditor an update after the rules were revised, 10 months later, there's still no update or revision because there's no accountability under City Manager Broadnax protecting who he wants. Under Hannah Terrell, Old Quarry Branch in Far West closed for major renovation summer 2024, with reopening planned in early 2025. But in April 2025, additional electrical and structural needs required revisions to the site plans, pushing reopening back to fall 2025. Then during final utility coordination and building commissioning, June 2026, additional electrical infrastructure and approval requirements were identified that must be completed before the branch can reopen. Today, it's still closed 2 years later. How far over budget has that renovation run? Do you know? Your new government efficiency unit needs to find out. Punish APL by reducing their funding. Reject your Library Commission's recommendation for an extra $350,000 in one-time funds for feasibility studies for new and expanded APL facilities when APL is so late remodeling what they already have. In contrast, under Kathy Donnellan's supervision, 4 new San Antonio library branches allegedly were built on time under budget, doing more with less. That's who Broadnax passed over to appoint Terrell, showing why merit and competence matter. In Jesus' name I pray.
Good morning, Mayor Watson, Mayor Pro Tem Vela, council members. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Hans Maverick, and I live in District 10. I'm a policy and research organizer with grassroots leadership here in Austin. When it comes to the upcoming budget hearings, I am here to express concern about planned cuts in the proposed city budget, particularly in the area of workforce development. The city has multiple programs to help people who are struggling with unemployment, particularly people who are returning to the community after incarceration. The city itself runs some of these programs, but most are run in collaboration with the county, the state, and various nonprofits. The need is pressing because while the rate of unemployment in the general population in Austin is roughly 3.5%, among people returning from incarceration, however, unemployment hovers around 25 to 30%. When I went to prison in 2007, I left a white-collar job that paid nearly $60,000 a year. I thought that upon return to the community in 2012, it would be fairly easy to pick up where I left off. Then I learned how hard it is for people with criminal records to get decent employment. For the first few years post-release, my income hovered around $25,000 a year. I sought the help of a city employee based in the Workforce Solutions office in Southeast Austin. I wish I could remember her name. She helped me identify city jobs that were a good match for me despite my background. She helped me craft a resume that covered that 5-year gap, and she gave me interviewing tips. Most of all, she gave me hope. Now, I never did end up getting a job with the city, but over the last few years, I've been building a career, and my income is back up to the level it previously was. I can tell you that I'm contributing a lot more to the tax base in Austin now than when I got out of prison. Just ask the folks at Straight Music. So in this upcoming public meeting, please prioritize the needs of people impacted by unemployment due to criminal records. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Go ahead. All yours.
Good morning. My name is Tara Tucker. I am the Managing Director of Advocacy for Alliance for Safety and Justice and also the Strategic Lead for the Scaling Safety Project. And the Scaling Safety Project is a national initiative that is dedicated to working with community-based public safety or programs and working with them by offering technical assistance, financial support, and helping to build up these community-based programs that reduce violence. The goal of this initiative is to reduce violence in cities by up to 50% over a 5-year period, and also to increase funding to these programs and access to services for victims of violent crimes in the community. We know that community-based programs like community violence intervention, trauma recovery services, reentry, all of the things that we have lumped in our social services contracts that this body has a budget that proposes cuts to, we work with them it is not in the best interest for us to cut those contracts. They are saving lives. They're making our community safer. Our organization is investing in those programs, and we would like for the city to do the same. Thank you.
Thank you very much, ma'am.
Continuing with item 2, Angela B. Garza, Erica Diaz-Cruz, Jeffrey Bowen, Christina Delgado. If I've called your name, please come forward. State your name for the record.
Hello, leaders. Angela Benavides Garza, again, citizen, disabled, working citizen. Also am very invested into the community and our people. What would be quite helpful, I'm going to mimic what Monica Guzman said, yes. Thank you, Mayor, for clarifying the board as well. However, most people don't understand what you're talking about, and it would be very helpful to have a bilingual person up here to translate what you're saying to our people, and they'll clearly understand how to go about things. I'll help you with this as well. At the state level, when y'all asked us to come speak at a hearing, we either had videos or we had something that would show people how to communicate up here and how to words that would help them say their point as well, and that was very helpful. I know when I didn't know how to do a hearing, that was helpful to me for people to help me understand how to speak and what to do or what to say on an item. So also, I'm being trained in Claude Anthropic, AI as well. AI agents can assist you with videos and helping people understand what to do and how to do it as well. And that will be less frustrating for people and less time as well, and time used wisely. As these things are being communicated, the way that we found out about the increase of taxes, we ask that this is communicated on a media, that we are able to come here and how the working people can do this and be part of this process in August as well, so that we don't have to take our PTO that should be used for vacations to come speak, and so we can use our time wisely and plan accordingly with our companies as well. That would be helpful. And that's pretty much what I would like to say. Our bilingual people will know what to say or how to do it if they know they can see videos in front of them. That will be really helpful as well. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Hi, good afternoon, council members. Thank you for your time today. My name is Christina Delgado, and I am representing Community Justice and a member of One Safe Central Texas. As we look to set a date for this proposed budget, I hope we consider the progress that needs support from those closest to these needs in Austin. We often talk about public safety as a concept, but in neighborhoods I've worked in and have friends that have worked in, it's lived reality. It is measured in the quiet of a block that used to be defined by gunfire. Take Burton Drive, a stretch of road that until recently was notoriously labeled Murder Drive. In 2024, it saw 5 lives taken, with 3 of those tragedies happening in just 1 week. That's the kind of trauma that creates a ripple effect, destabilizing entire families and neighborhoods. But something shifted on Burton Drive. It wasn't a patrol increase, it was an intervention. Life anew of ATX peace teams, composed of mentors who live in these communities and understand the dynamics, didn't just show up to watch, they showed up to connect. They organized closing drives, helped families with basic needs, and mediated conflicts before they turned into headlines. Because of that consistent, trusted presence, this area saw 4 months of declining crime. When we talk about funding community violence intervention, we're not talking about an abstract program. We're talking about the difference between a child going to sleep in a house filled with stress or a house filled with hope. We're talking about mentors at Jails to Jobs who help 50 people secure housing and 50 others get their driver's license and essential tools to pull someone out of cycles of poverty. Data shows that CVI works. Neighborhoods served by these programs see steeper declines in violence than those without. We already are seeing the cost of budget cuts as staffing and direct services declining earlier this year. Our ability to intervene dipped right alongside it. Do not view these investments as a choice between services. View them as a non-negotiable strategy for a resilient, safer Austin.
Thank you.
Okay. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Mayor, Mr. Broadnax, all the rest of you councilmen. I'm here today to talk about this public hearing.
Sorry, could you identify yourself?
Oh, I'm sorry, sir. Jeffrey Bowen, District 8. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Sorry about that. I'm glad that we are talking about setting this agenda or setting up this public comment, because so many times we have those that are unable to attend due to the timing of these events that we're having just currently now. Hopefully at 3 p.m., this will give others the opportunity to attend and be able to speak their issues on this. One of the issues that I do want to make sure is that it says here, consider public comment. I would hope that that is exactly what would be taken is that their comments will be considered, not just listened to and then discarded. As you can tell by the people behind us or behind me, that there are actually a lot of concerns about this budget. And I realize you're between a rock and a hard spot, but we're also in that place between a rock and a hard spot in understanding how this is going to affect all of us. Some of the programs that we prefer or like, we're all there. So the consideration and being able to listen and actually hear what they're saying, I think is very valid, and I really hope that you will do that in itself. Thanks, Mr. Mayor, for having this opportunity for us to be able to speak towards the end of the month at 3 o'clock, and just hopefully we will get more people that are faces that you don't get to see all the time to come and talk in front of you. Thank you.
I'm now calling the last group of speakers for item 2, Roxana Herndon, Pat Valstreas, Antonio Renault, Zenobia Joseph.
If your name's been called, please come forward. Okay, thank you. You have the floor.
They have the presentation, Mayor.
It looks like it's up.
Certainly. Thank you, Mayor. Council, I'm Zenobia Joseph. As it relates to item 2, setting the agenda July 30th at 3 p.m. I do appreciate that. However, I would ask you to air this on KZI. I want you to remember that that contract for $600,000 was increased, not only for your regular meetings, but for non-council meetings as well. And I just want to tell you why this is germane, these slides. I want you to recognize the need to do more outreach to the people who are in districts 1, 4, 6, and 7, who are far northeast and west. I gave you this information before. There's no mobility equity. And I just want to say, Mayor, 888-546-8740, next slide, is the U.S. Department of Environmental Protection Agency, and specifically it's the hotline, because you have a climate pollution reduction grant, $47.8 million, which says that you are serving the low-income individuals. I can't emphasize this intersection enough. I want you to recognize it's difficult for people to get downtown, because this is what we have to traverse. This is where the fatalities were. And City Manager, respectfully, you're not using data to make decisions. Next slide. So what I want you to remember, City Manager, is specifically the 10-year report that you released October 11, 2025 for Vision Zero, lauded some of the investments that you made, but you did not look at the data. And so this is just a reminder. Next slide. And I want you to remember that the density is northeast and west from Samsung to Apple. That was in the North Corridor Project Connect study in 2014. And I want you to realize that you would have fewer dollars that need to go to social services if people could get to the jobs. And so I would ask you to recognize, of course, that African Americans are 10 times more likely than whites to be homeless in Austin, and that more can be done with the funding that you have, to include industrial microwaves, to include the phones in the library, and so much more. If you have any questions, I'll gladly answer them at this time.
Thank you, Ms. Joseph.
You're welcome.
Mayor, all speakers for items 1 and 2 have been called.
Thank you very much. Members, as you've heard, all the speakers have been called on items 1 and 2. So what we will now do is go to item number 1, which is the discussion of the proposed budget and the planned budget, and I'll recognize the city manager.
Thank you, Mayor, and good morning, Mayor Pro Tem and the remaining City Council. This is an important day, and it begins an important process as we share the 2026-2027 proposed budget with you. As you know, beginning in 2024, when I started this role as Austin City Manager, I initiated a process of budget planning 2 years in advance So essentially, our budget planning is on a continuous cycle, and I believe this year we are beginning to see the benefit that long view approach provides. Last year we faced challenges, and those challenges remain. Most significantly, the state's 3.5% cap on property tax revenue growth. But rather than continue to react to challenges, we must adjust to our new reality. And I believe this budget demonstrates that shift. As a city manager with more than 30 years of experience in municipal government across multiple cities in several states, I'm here to tell you the city of Austin, like every city, is continuously navigating changing landscapes. And when things change, we adjust. And no matter the economic outlook, we adjust. We should always be examining how and where we are spending taxpayer dollars and ensuring that the dollars spent will provide the maximum benefit to our residents. Our overarching goal in planning this budget was to be thoughtful, focused, and strategic, to understand what is important to Austinites and what they value and what they prioritize. We also took a hard look at where we might be spending resources that are not delivering the desired return on investment, where we might see redundancies, and where we might deliver the same and or better services in a more efficient manner. And to do all this, we listened. Listened to you, Mayor and City Council, listened to our staff, and importantly, listened to the community members that we spoke with throughout this process. Through in-person and or virtual meetings, surveys, we sought every opportunity to hear directly from Austinites. What we learned is we need to streamline and focus on services and initiatives that are important to people's quality of life, provide vital resources, and help those thrive in this community that have unique and very specific challenges. We focused on cost savings and fiscal responsibility, and we achieved a balanced budget, in part by identifying $13.3 million in funding reductions or reallocations in the city's general fund. We're going to continue with that focus on cost savings that might support many of the council ordinances that you've initiated in ongoing programs, and independently, how you focused on working with our city auditor to perform independent and comprehensive efficiency assessments. I think that will benefit us both in the immediate and as well as in the future. While there are reductions in this budget, that's not the entire story. We also increased investments in key areas, especially those that matter most to our community. We're also investing in our most valuable resource, our employees. The budget proposes a 3% wage increase for City of Austin civilian employees and increasing the living wage to $22.15 an hour. Before I turn it over to Director Lang for her presentation, I want to pause and thank her and her incredible team, as well as the dedicated department heads for all their work they've done throughout the year, especially over the past few months. There have been many late nights working through weekends and holidays to get us here today, and I can't tell you how much I appreciate their expertise, professionalism, and the dedication to this city. Also, we could not do this work without the support and participation of our community, our boards and commissions, council members and their staff, and many others who spent time providing feedback and perspective. We made sure that we listened to all and tried to respond by developing priorities as we fund the issues that are important to you. And so with that, I will now turn it over to the Carrie Lang, Director of the Office of Budget and Organizational Excellence, and her team for their presentation.
Y'all are making me blush before I even start. Thank you, City Manager. Thank you for having us today. I am joined with the Deputy Director of Budget and Organizational Excellence, Eric Nelson, and of course the CFO for the city, Ed Vaninu. And I want to echo the city manager's thanks to the department staff, directors, and my team who has helped get us to this point. I will go ahead and get started. We will talk about, go over the timeline, talk a little bit more about the engagement that has happened to get us to this point. We'll do an all funds overview for our operating fund, and then give some general fund highlights, enterprise highlights, as well as capital budgets. The work that has led us to this moment began several months ago. Some of the foundational factors were meetings with departments, information that we got from the city manager, information that we received from you as a council, and we started this conversation, had a financial forecast in April that showed what we were seeing as far as our revenue and expenditure growth to get us here to the council, the city manager's proposed budget today. After today, we'll have a number of work sessions that will lead to final adoption August 12th through 14th. Thinking through our budget engagement, we had our boards and commissions provide recommendations, 169 recommendations from our boards and commissions. The city manager held 11 input sessions across the city and with our staff. We reviewed the community survey results from from 2025, and also completed the annual budget priority survey that was completed in June of this year. And then through the course of the next several weeks, the various districts will have district-level town halls to continue to hear from the public. This slide right here talks through the survey, the budget priority survey results, showing the top 5 funding priorities that we received from that survey. It shows that the main focuses have been on safety, mobility, and housing. This is consistent with what we've seen in our online budget survey for the last 2 years. I'll go through a quick overview of our all funds, and that looks at our total operating budget for the city. It is $6.6 billion for fiscal year 27 proposed. That is a 4.8% increase over the current fiscal year. Our city-owned utilities, Austin Energy and Austin Water, account for 43% of our total operating budget. The other major enterprise departments account for about 18% of the budget, and then the general fund is 22% of our operating budget for the proposed budget. That is followed by our internal services funds and operations, which includes our support services, fleet mobility services, capital delivery services, technology services, and facilities management funds. Our debt service is 5% of the total operating budget. And then finally, we have other expenses that includes our small funds, our small enterprise funds, and our special revenue funds, such as the Economic Development Fund and the Hotel Occupancy Tax Funds. Over the last 3 budget cycles, staff has completed a balanced proposed budget and a balanced planned year to help stabilize planning over our forecast period. Throughout this presentation, you will see you will see changes that are presented for both years. This slide focuses on the citywide cost drivers and is primarily focused on investments to our workforce. Beginning with health insurance, the city's contribution is proposed to increase 5% for fiscal year 27 and fiscal year 28. This is based on our planned increases as we look through our forecast and what our projected costs will be. What you'll see in our health insurance as well is that the employees will not see a premium change in the city's consumer-driven health plan, or HMO. The PPO plan has some adjustments for fiscal year 27 as we begin to transition the plan to be more like a traditional PPO. And that is where several services have a deductible and co-insurance payments. This year, the PPO will have a $5 per pay period increase for employees only, and a $10 increase for employees and dependents, and that is per pay period. The PPO will also have an increase in their ER payment. It's a change where it will change to 20% co-insurance plus the deductible. All other services our plans costs are going to be the same for the HMO as well as the PPO. When we look at wages, our wages will increase 3% for our civilian workforce. There is no planned increase for fiscal year 28. We have a market study that has been completed that will be implemented in fiscal year 27, as well as a 10-cent increase to the living wage. Finally, looking at our civilian and FTEs, every year we go through a review of our vacant positions and look at what vacant positions have been vacant for 2 years or longer. Through that review, we are eliminating 9 positions across the organization. This slide talks through our personnel summary. I realize that there's been some question about the growth in the number of FTEs for our full operating budget. We have a 225 increase in position count for fiscal year 27, and this slide breaks down how those position counts change by fund area. And so when you look at the general fund as a whole, the net change to the general fund is less 10 total positions. There were 59 new positions added. However, there was also some eliminations of positions as well as transfers out. And what you'll notice is there are a number of transfers out from every area based on a couple of organizational changes that are in place. One is One ATS, where you'll see from many of the funds moving into the internal and support services. And then within internal and support services, there are some transfers in and out of several funds as facility management moves into a separate fund away from our support services fund. Our enterprise departments had 42 total increases, and a number of those were in Austin Water and Austin Energy. And then they also had some eliminations as well as I mentioned, transfers out into support services. Moving forward to our general fund highlights. This slide really focuses on the total revenue and expenditures for the general fund. We have a proposed $1.5 billion general fund for fiscal year 27. That is a $53.1 million increase over the fiscal year 26 budget. This chart balances out our revenue compared to our expenditures. The inner circle provides insight on our 4 major revenue sources, with property and sales tax making up 73.6% of our total revenue. Looking at our expenditures, we have 13 general fund departments, public safety functions, that's police, fire, and EMS. They make up 64.7% of our general fund, followed by our community services departments, parks and recreation, library, public health, ACME, and animal services make up 21.4% of our fund. Housing, homeless strategy and operations, planning, and social service contracts total 7.1%. And then transfers other, which is 3%. It includes the Travis County interlocal agreement on intake services. Looking at the general fund increases or changes for our civilian employees, the 3% increase that I mentioned earlier results in a $7.1 million increase to the general fund. The living wage increase results in $106,000. And then the health insurance increase, that 5% that I mentioned that the city contributes to our health insurance, is $2.4 million for the coming fiscal year and $2.6 million for the planned year. And then we look at the market study. That is a citywide comprehensive market study. It is $4.3 million for fiscal year 27. And finally, what you'll see here is the statutorily required pension payments for our City of Austin employee retirement system. This is the incremental increase of $6 million for next year, or fiscal year 27, and $1.1 for fiscal year 28. Moving forward to our sworn employees, these increases that you see across our 3 sworn employee groups is based on the existing meet and confer or collective bargaining agreements. EMS will receive 3% increases in fiscal year 27. We will begin negotiations with the EMS Association in the spring of 27 with the goal of having a new contract for fiscal year 28. Austin Police receives a 5% increase for 27 as well as fiscal year 28. and a $1.3 million incremental increase in their legacy liability payment for their retirement system, for their pension system. Fire receives a 3% increase in fiscal year 27, a 3.5% increase in fiscal year 28, and similarly, they have their statutorily required payments to their pension fund. And then finally, when the last part of this is looking at the sworn health insurance portion of the 5% that was mentioned that the city contributes. So that's $3.1 million incremental increase. So with our internal services funds, we have our allocations that go out every year for the maintaining of the services that help the city provide the services outwardly to our community. And that includes our functions such as HR, our human resources, our city auditor's office, financial services, our capital delivery services, and our 311 center. And so the general funds portion of this, you'll see the total change year over year. It's important to note that in these changes, it does capture the transfers in and out of these funds. As I mentioned earlier, with support services, a number of those functionalities moved into technology and management, and then facilities management moved into its own separate fund. And so when you look at the overall incremental increase, it shows those increases by fund, but it balances out from what you would have seen in the previous years, where most of that cost would have been in support services. Now I'll go through some significant adjustments across our general fund. Beginning with our public safety departments, the public safety department's EMS has an ongoing dollar increase of $1 million, which allows the department to maintain all full staffing levels during cadet training periods, and will support any earned benefit payouts that we need to pay to employees as they retire. The fire department has a net $7 million increase. This allows for maintaining 4-person staffing, implement the new Austin schedule in October of 2027, and provide safer replacement safety jackets while adjusting their academy-related overtime and reducing the contract related to return to work, as the department has seen success in reducing injury-related out-of-work time. Forensic science is receiving 7 positions, 5 of which will be focused on evidence chain of custody activities. 1 is for the management oversight of case management oversight, and then there's 1 for administrative support. The department is also receiving funding for additional warehouse lease space and more freezers for evidence control. Municipal court has a reduction of 5 vacant positions. This savings will be realized as the department transitions the compliance function across other areas within their department. And then finally on this slide, police will be receiving 1 civilian position to support their recruitment efforts. Moving on to homelessness and housing, the Homeless Strategies and Operations Office is receiving $9.8 million additional dollars, $3 million ongoing from the general fund to support operations of the marshalling yard. The department is also receiving a total of $6 million for permanent supportive housing wraparound services, $2 million ongoing from the general fund, $4 million one-time from the Housing Trust Fund. There is also a $500,000 investment from the Hope Fund to support operations of the Navigation Center. And then finally, HSO is receiving 4 positions to provide administrative and contracting support. Our housing department is receiving $10.3 million across various sources to support local housing vouchers. In fiscal year 27, it will have $2.1 million ongoing support from the general fund, $2.6 million from the Housing Trust Fund, and $3.1 million in capital funding. That capital funding, the department over the last several years has been planning for these units to come online, and we're using that capital funding before we invest in the ongoing costs related to local housing vouchers. In addition to that, the housing department will receive one-time funding in the Hope Fund of $2.3 million for emergency rental assistance and 2 positions to support monitoring the properties at the Austin Housing Financial Austin Housing Finance Corporation. They have 37 properties that these positions will help to monitor. Planning is receiving 3 positions. Most of these positions will be partially offset by a reduction in temporary employee funding. And these positions are to support case management, planning commission activities, and demographic needs. Moving forward to our community services. Animal Services will receive a position to support and develop their safety program. ACME will receive 2 positions funded through the Historic Preservation Fund. One is to support Elizabeth Ney Museum, which is scheduled to open in the spring of 27. And then the second is to support planning and activation of the Montopolis Negro School. There is one-time funding through facilities management to support audio-visual equipment needs at the Asian American Resource Center. And then ongoing funding out of the general fund to support maintaining the city's art assets through our Arts in Public Places program. Finally, the general fund will recognize $150,000 of savings with the elimination of the Creative Space Assistance Program that is funded through the Economic Development Fund allocation. Parks and Recreation will receive $1.2 million to support parkland and facility maintenance, as well as operational costs for the newly refurbished Montopolis Community School Pool and the Beverly S. Sheffield Northwest Regional Pool. The department is also receiving 2 positions and operational funding for the Barton Springs Bathhouse. There are some reductions across Parks and Recreation, including a reduction of contractual supplemental programming for youth camps and senior centers, the elimination of 2 vacant positions as we transition from programming to rental model for our adult sports programs. That includes volleyball and flag football. And then finally, a reduction of $800,000 across several contracts and temp budgets across the department. Public Library will receive $1 million of one-time funding for audiovisual equipment and the new loading dock for the Austin History Center campus. They'll also receive 5 new positions to support operations and maintenance of the campus. And then there's a reduction in the library budget across several contracts and temporary employee budgets of $403,000. And then finally, Public Health will be receiving funding to maintain software that will allow them to seamlessly share disease surveillance and reporting data with the state, as well as a transfer of 12 immunization grant positions that have been historically grant funded. We are moving those positions into the general fund at a net zero cost to the general fund. The department is also reducing 2 positions in the STI Lab Services Unit. They're transitioning this function to a contracted services, which will result in a savings of about $174,000. And then there's a reduction in the convenience store healthy food program. This funding was historically used to try to start a program that would allow for healthy foods at neighborhood convenience stores. There have been some challenges with having the participation at the stores and allowing for that to be an ongoing program, and so those dollars will be reduced, as well as the elimination of the financial support for the Travis County Summer Youth Employment Program and a reallocation of these dollars to other funding priorities. Moving forward to talk about our social service grants. Beginning in 2025, the city began reevaluating the investments in social service grants. This evaluation has resulted in a realignment of funding from this portfolio, including moving $19.4 million into the operating budgets of public health and homeless strategies and operations for the city-owned emergency, bridge, and domestic violence shelters. The domestic violence shelter funding of $2 million will be moved to public health, and then the remaining $17.4 million for emergency and bridge shelters will be moved into homeless strategies and operations operating fund. The evaluation also changed the funding source for the Sobering Center operations, moving it from ongoing funding to one-time funding as we continue to search for alternative funding sources over the next fiscal year. Finally, it has led to a $5.1 million reduction to grants to social service providers based on the work that the staff has completed over the last several months, developing a rubric that was requested by this council and looking at the different focus areas, making reductions at varying levels across those focus areas. So as we look at our reserves, based on all of the changes that we have proposed for fiscal year 27, we are projecting and proposing that our reserves will end fiscal year 27 at a 17% based on our financial policy. It does include a transfer from the general fund into the reserve. It also is dependent on the planned reimbursement from FEMA that we anticipate receiving this year of $8.3 million. And then when we look forward to fiscal year 28, we anticipate getting to 16.4%, not quite meeting our 17% reserve requirement. Our proposed budget anticipates the year ending with the reserves of $260.5 million. So that $4.3 million that I just mentioned out of the budget stabilization reserves, that includes one-time funding to support some of the ongoing investments that have been made across the general fund, including security improvements at the Austin Animal Center. Public health will have one-time funding for temporary employees to allow for the implementation of the software that allows them to speak to the state. EMS will receive funding for critical medical supplies. And then human resources will also receive some funding for modernization of their training and compensation, classification and compensation systems. This $2.9 million is what is related to the Sobering Center transitioning to one-time funding. And then finally, police will receive funding of $425,000 of one-time funding for recruitment efforts. And with that, I'll turn over revenue for Eric to walk you through.
Good morning, Eric Nelson, Deputy Director, Budget and Organizational Excellence. This slide presents total general fund revenue broken out by major categories. We'll go through each of these categories in more detail in the coming slides, but as a quick overview, we are expecting an increase in property tax revenue associated with being at the projected voter approval tax rate. We've seen a recovery in our sales tax collections and expect those to grow by a further 2.5% in FY27. We expect the transfer from our utilities to increase by a little over $11 million, mainly as a result of recent rate increases by both utilities. And finally, we project a $15 million decline in our other revenue category, which is resulting from removing one-time transfers from general fund reserves and planning CIP that occurred in FY26. Digging into property tax, this chart provides some context about how Austin's property tax bill as a share of household income compares to other large cities across Texas over the past 5 years. We saw this metric spike as a result of the Project Connect TRE, but we were able to absorb that increase and return to the middle of the pack as a result of some strong income growth combined with declining home prices. Over the past year, and especially last year, we've seen it start to tick up again, partially because home prices appear to have stabilized and income growth has slowed, but also because we've experienced increasing property tax pressure, particularly from increases in the debt service component of our property tax bill. Looking at the tax rate itself, we are projecting an FY27 total property tax rate of 57.953 cents, and that's an increase of about 5.6 cents from the current rate. The state's property tax cap is a revenue cap, so the rate adjusts to reflect what is happening with taxable values. Based on preliminary information from the appraisal districts, we are projecting a 3.4% decline in total taxable value in the city to $222 billion, which is the second year in a row that we expect to see a total value decrease. New construction, which is exempt from the state's cap, is projected at $3.2 billion, a decline of about $316 million from last year, and that's as a result of the slowdown in new development over the past several years of high interest rates. Translating these tax rate projections into the impact for our homeowners, we expect that our typical non-senior homestead will see their property tax bill rise by $174 at the proposed property tax rate, which is an 8.4% increase. As a result of the recent action the City Council took to increase the senior and disabled homestead exemption, we expect the property tax bill for the median of these homeowners to remain essentially flat. These figures all assume the projected voter approval property tax rate, so we might expect the increase to our typical homeowner to be closer to 3.5% rather than 8.4%. Part of this is driven by a projection that the median homeowner's value will not decline as much as the city's overall tax roll. But the larger effect is due to the projected increase in the debt service property tax rate, which generates the revenue to service our voter-approved and other eligible debt. We expect the share of the property tax bill for debt service to grow by 17%, or about $76 in the coming year. We currently have over $1 billion in authorized but unissued debt associated with bond initiatives approved by the voters over the past several years, and the city's annual debt service requirements are projected to increase significantly in FY27 and into future years. Moving on to sales tax, we've continued to experience a recovery in our sales tax collection after an FY25 in which we saw almost no growth at all. Through 8 payments this fiscal year, we've experienced growth of about 6.7%, and the trend in our current collections, which excludes adjustments from audits and other factors, has been even better. However, the national and local economic fundamentals remain relatively weak, and we are experiencing continued uncertainty around trade, energy prices, interest rates, and inflation. Our economic consultant is forecasting lackluster job growth in Austin in both FY26 and FY27. The total picture is one in which there are no strong drivers of economic growth, and so the current results we are experiencing appear a little anomalous. If we try to smooth out some of this volatility by looking back over the past 2 to 3 years, we can start to get a picture of the new post-COVID normal. Over these 2 to 3 years, we are tracking at about 2.5% to 3% annual growth on average. This 2.5% to 3% level is also about what we're expecting in terms of growth in core inflation, and given the forecast for only modest economic growth in the coming years, we expect that our sales tax growth will continue to track around that level as well. Here again is our cone of uncertainty with respect to sales tax projections over the next several years. We went back and looked at the 20 years prior to the pandemic and found our strongest 5-year run of growth and our weakest 5-year run. So we had one 5-year stretch where we grew at a compound average rate of 8.1% per year, and we had one stretch where we grew at only 0.8% on average each year. When we apply those two different rates to our FY26 estimate, we generate this expanding cone showing two extremes of potential sales tax growth. On the low end, that would mean that in FY31, total sales tax revenue is only $16 million higher than we expected to be this year. But on the high end, it would mean that revenue is $182 million higher. Our forecast projections work out to a compound annual growth rate of 2.9%, which puts us about a third of the way up into the cone, and anticipating an additional $59 million in sales tax by FY31. The general fund receives transfers from the 2 city-owned utilities that reflect payments such as property tax, franchise fees, and owner's return on equity that private utilities would otherwise have to incur. We're projecting that the combined transfer from our 2 utilities will grow by about $11.3 million next year, primarily as a result of recent rate increases. Due to planned future rate increases, growth in this transfer is projected to be a bit faster than the combined growth in our revenue sources. So we expect this revenue will tick up a bit as a percentage of our total revenue, but it should still be well below the 15 to 20% level that was typical in the previous decade. Looking at other revenue, total growth for FY27 is weighed down by the removal of those two transfers that took place in 26 from our Budget Stabilization Reserve Fund and Planning CIP, and we're not anticipating will be repeated in FY27. Other revenues, historically the slowest growing of our major revenue categories, and we expect that trend to continue. Interest earnings are projected to continue to decline from their FY24 peak, and that decline counteracts much of the moderate anticipated growth in the other sources in this category. Now I'm going to kick it back over to Carrie.
Thanks, Eric. This is our look at our forecast based on the changes to the proposed budget and the planned year. When we look at our forecast, we are seeing that we are balanced in fiscal year 27 and fiscal year 28. And then we begin showing a surplus in fiscal year 29 through 31. The surplus that we're anticipating is also anticipating savings from one ATS, that is the application rationalization efforts, as well as we're consolidating across our functionality of IT services. And it is also looking at our growth in expenditures, as we mentioned, and the projected growth that Eric just talked about in our revenue. Moving forward to our enterprise highlights, we have 8 major enterprise departments that we'll talk through. And I will tell you all now that there is a ghost in the presentation. And so I fixed these arrows about 10 or 15 times and they keep moving. So just go with it. We're just going to keep going as if they are in the right spot. And so when we're going to start with our aviation department. These are highlights for the coming fiscal year for aviation and the planned year. They are anticipating $41.4 million increases in their transfers to capital for their ongoing expansion, as well as IT vehicle and equipment needs. There's an 8.1 increase in building and new improvements to existing facilities, as well as 25 new positions to support the new Concourse M and the yellow parking garage. Moving forward to fiscal year 28, they are continuing to see some increases in their transfer to capital based on the plans for the AUS expansion program. Austin Convention Center, as they are also working through their expansion project, they are anticipating $25.1 million being moved to debt service cost. They are anticipating increased hotel and occupancy tax collections of $5.1 million. And then in fiscal year 28, with the anticipation of the facility opening, they will restore 27 new positions. And then they are anticipating a decrease in the hot collections based on the planned expiration of the 2-cent venue hot tax. Looking at our development services department, $1.5 million increase in expenses to continue or for the licenses for the new Amanda software, as well as on the code side of development services, $700,000 for 7 new positions for the graffiti abatement program. There's a 3.1% increase on code side of the clean community fee for fiscal year 27. And then you will see the department receiving the $2.5 million that I mentioned earlier in the general fund that is transferring over to development services to support residential affordability programs. In fiscal year 28, there is a continued increase to the clean community fee of about 3% or 15 cents. Austin Energy, they are anticipating 29 new positions, which will largely be offset by a reduction in their contract and temporary staffing funding. They're also going to anticipate, or they have a 3.1% increase in the typical ratepayer bill. For this rate increase, it does include a pass-through increase to their regulatory charge from regulators, including ERCOT, of $3.96. Without this pass-through, the increases to the monthly electric bill would go down about 30 cents per month. This is the second year of bill reduction from the electric utility. In fiscal year 28, they have additional planned positions to support system reliability and administrative functions. Austin Resource Recovery, they are increasing their payments to their debt service costs for the Northeast Service Center. The typical ratepayer of Austin Energy's curbside collections will go up 4.7%. And then the planned increase for fiscal year 28 is 4.9%. They have a $156 million overall budget for fiscal year 27. Moving on to Transportation and Public Works, $245 million budget. They are increasing 3 positions for their utility excavation repair program. That program is reimbursed by the Austin Water Department. And then $3.1 million decrease across several, across the departments for overtime and temporary employees as they start moving those services in-house and reducing various contracts. And then they're seeing an increase in their parking revenue due to higher utilization of parking meters. In fiscal year 28, they have increased expenses for transfer to parking CIP, as well as additional positions for their utility excavation repair program. In fiscal year 27, Austin Water has a $899 million budget, up 4.2%. $5.1 million is a conversion of 44 positions, adding and converting 44 positions for operating needs across the department. There's a $30 million increase to their debt service for planned infrastructure improvements. The utility is planning a 7.8% increase for the coming fiscal year. In fiscal year 28, they're adding additional positions, 36 positions, for a total of $4.1 million. Watershed Protection has a $133 million budget. They are increasing 18 positions, 15 of which will be focused on operational and maintenance needs for the department. 3 will be focused on education and training. There's a $2.6 million decrease as they right-size several of their contractual and operating budgets. And then 6.2% is the anticipated increase for the drainage charge for the typical homeowner. In fiscal year 28, there's anticipated increase of 12 positions for operational demands for the department. With all of those rates and fees, thinking through the impact that the typical rate and taxpayer will see, this slide reflects the percent change from fiscal year 26 to the proposed budget, as well as the anticipated change for fiscal year 28 planned year. These are the monthly increases are $28.83, or 6.1% overall. As mentioned earlier in the presentation, the property tax annual increase is anticipated to be $174. Moving forward to our capital budget. This is our capital spend plan for the coming fiscal year, and it shows our plan for the next 5 years. As you can see, in fiscal year 27, the spend plan is at $4.25 billion. It includes large projects by Austin Energy, primarily for transmission, distribution, and power production projects. Austin Water has a project, or is continuing their project for the Walnut Creek wastewater treatment plant expansion and renovation. Aviation, at about $1 billion, continues their airport expansion program. And then you'll see PIBS is at 200. Our improvement bonds are at $252 million. Those are primarily our public improvement programs from 2016, 2018, 2020, and 2022. And then the other list that you see at 1.25 billion, that includes convention center expansion and about 603 million across several other departments that covers grants, loans, other revenue, and other funding sources. This slide just walks through some details of the various projects that are planned for fiscal year 27. In aviation, they're going to continue the midfield taxiway as well as completion of the West Garage Lot B construction. The convention center will continue their expansion program. As I mentioned, water will do the Water Creek wastewater treatment plant expansion, and then additional. That includes additional spending throughout the forecast period. Austin Energy will focus on transmission projects, including substations at Brackenridge and McKinney Falls. And then finally, Transportation and Public Works. A number of their programs are based on the 2016 Mobility Bond. This looks at our prior bond programs going back to 2006. And it's showing the spent amounts of those programs as well as what is encumbered and the balance of those programs. As you can see, the older programs are primarily completed. Our 2016 Transportation Mobility still has some dollars that are remaining unexpended. And then the comprehensive programs from 2018 has spending on various of those projects. Then to 2022 is the housing program. Thinking through our next steps. Next week, we will begin with a deep dive into the departmental budgets by strategic priority from the citywide strategic plan. We will begin focusing on community health and sustainability, as well as homelessness and housing. And then we'll also walk through our social service grants. The 22nd will include a community input session. On the 28th, we will include departments within economic and workforce development, mobility and critical infrastructure, as well as high-performing government. The 30th will focus on public safety, and again, the remaining high-performing government departments, and there will be a public hearing on the 30th. There are work sessions scheduled on August 4th and 6th, where the 6th will be where the council members will walk through their developed IFCs and amendments, finally for planned adoption on August 12th through 14th. And with that, I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you for the presentation. Members, what I'm thinking we might do is, everybody, we've been at this a while. What we could do is recess for 30 minutes, let everybody stretch their legs a minute, get their thoughts, and come back in 30 minutes. 2 members have already signed up to ask questions. If you wish to ask questions, go ahead and hit your button so I'll know that you want to do that. And when we come back, we'll start with Councilmember Kadri. Unless there's objection, we'll take a recess now until 12:35. Seeing no objection, the Austin City Council is in recess on July 16, 2026 until 12:35 p.m. promptly. It is 12:05 p.m. Thanks, everybody. Good afternoon, everybody. It's 12:35 p.m. and I will call the Austin City Council back to order. What I indicated we would do is we will go in the order of people that have signed up to ask questions. We have a lot of people with a lot of questions. So what I'm going to do is I'll start with Councilmember Kadri, followed by Velasquez and Councilmember Siegel, and then and I'll go to the others that have also signed up, and we'll allocate 10 minutes, and I'll do my best not to be rude and all that, but then if you don't get your 10 minutes, if you don't get all your questions done in 10 minutes, we'll come back, but just be aware of your time. So Councilmember Kadri, you have the floor.
Mayor, are we going to be allowed to
donate time to No.
Thank you, Mayor.
And they can't be birthday gifts either.
First and foremost, always enjoy a good budget presentation. And so I was really excited about today. I was also excited because I get to sit next to Councilmember Velasquez for the next 6 months. So it's a double good day. Just had a few questions. I don't think I'll take all 10 minutes. But my first question had to do, you mentioned the elimination of positions, and that if they're vacant for more than 2 years, they're eliminated. Is that true for every department, or are there some positions or some departments that are exempt from this?
So when we look at the elimination of positions after 2 years, it's focused on our civilian positions. We do not include our sworn positions in that calculation, and so, but it's all civilian positions across the entire city. So enterprise, general fund, internal services.
Great. Okay, thank you. And then a second question, and I just kind of wanted more clarity. I know I talked to you all about it when you came to the District 9 office, but it had to do with the recruitment position, specifically for APD. And I was just wondering, is there specialized recruitment positions for all our first responders, so EMS, APD, AFD, and if not, will there also be a need in the future to have a recruitment position for the other public safety agencies?
Thanks for that. Each public safety department has a recruiting function internally, and it usually includes some civilian positions, and it may include 1 or 2 sworn positions to assist with that, but it's a mixture of civilian and sworn. This added position is a civilian position.
Got it. And is there a reason why the position wouldn't be just housed under HR?
Yes, the recruiting efforts for our sworn employees are very specific to the function. And so you'll see, with EMS, they have very specific criteria that they look at, and they do a very targeted recruitment effort. The same with police and fire. And so with our civilian recruitment, it's usually more holistic and general across the civilian positions. These are particularly focused on our sworn positions in each individual department.
Okay, great. Thank you. And then my last 2 questions have to do with housing. So my first question, we have $2.3 million in emergency rental assistance coming from the HOPE Fund for this fiscal year. In the budget document, there's an operating line item for displacement prevention, specifically tenant stabilization for $2.71 million. Does that $2.71 million line item in housing's budget include the emergency rental assistance?
Oh, you're going into detail today. Let me look. Give me a second.
No worries. So these new mics make everything
Okay, it looks like that is a separate line item from that 2.71 is separate from the 2.3.
Okay, great. Thank you. And then is it possible for Wednesday's budget work session that's going to be on housing and homelessness, if we could get a breakdown of the other displacement prevention programs that we're going to continue to fund for any reductions or eliminations from the existing housing trust fund contracts?
Sure, we can talk through the changes that have happened in the displacement funding, and because there are some specific changes, some contracts that were ending this fiscal year, and then the new funding that is focused out of the housing trust fund is primarily the funding that is for the local housing voucher. So when we go through that conversation on the 20.
I think it's the next Wednesday.
Then we will walk through the changes for the displacement.
Okay, great. Thank you. And then just staying on housing, one more question. As it relates to significant adjustments, there's $3.1 million in capital funding. Will the $3.1 million in capital funding, is that going to be covering part of the gap in local housing voucher contracts?
Yes. So that 3.1, along with the other funding sources, gets us to a full $7.8 million for local housing voucher programs for fiscal year 27. And so those vouchers are fully funded with that investment from the capital budget.
Got it. And where is the capital funding coming from? Is it coming from a bond? Is it like where?
It's from general revenue. So as the general fund has transferred into the housing trust fund over the last several years, the housing department moved those general fund dollars into their capital in preparation for these units coming online.
Got it. Okay. That's it for now. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Velasquez, then Councilmember Siegel, then Councilmember Lane.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank y'all for the presentation. In late May, council members Alter, Siegel, Lane, Gadri, Fuentes, and I requested that city staff take into consideration various items with regards to the social service contracts. How is that request considered, and how is it reflected in the recommended cuts to the social service contracts?
So as we were reviewing the social service contracts, we took the resolution information and we looked at the contract size, we looked at the contract levels. We worked with the departments to determine what the impacts would be on several of the contracts. And we also started with the rubric that council instructed us to use in February. So we created the rubric based on council direction and used that rubric to help identify the cut levels and the percentages of those focus areas. If you look in the memo that I shared a week or so ago, it talked through the different levels of varying cuts based on the rubric, and so every focus area doesn't have the same level of cut. And so we looked at all those things as we were building the recommendation for the social service grants.
Thank you. And the other one is, how can council help staff continue to prioritize the social service contracts, and when will we have like exact figures on those?
So we plan on having the detailed discussion at next week's council or budget work session, where we'll walk through the changes and the recommendations, and then council can give us direction at that point.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Siegel, Councilmember Lane, then Councilmember Ellis.
Thanks, Mayor. I'm going to make a little opening statement to start, but really want to thank Budget and Organizational Excellence, all the staff for the work you've put into this budget so far, and really everyone in the city who makes this process happen. We know it's a huge project for a city of our size and the complexity of our operations, and sometimes we take y'all for granted how excellent our city workers are, including the math whizzes in financial services. So anyways, I want to say thank you. We really depend on you, and you really do set a high standard for the quality of work, for council, and for the public. Also want to thank the city manager for continuing to get council feedback and adjust throughout the year, and to build a budget that really tries to reflect the will of our 10 districts and the city overall. No one here wants to be presiding over budget cuts each year, but this is where we are again, and it's because the cost of living is rising, inflation is rising, and unfortunately under the state caps as well as the federal cuts, we can't quite keep up. And so each year that passes, at least under the current state and federal administrations, we have to look for savings instead of programmatic improvements because times are tight. One thing I want to raise at the outset of this process is that the Austin Equity Office has produced a report, an analytic tool, the Levers of Economic Mobility Index, or LEMI, which looks at all the neighborhoods in Austin and identifies which parts of our community are facing barriers that make it harder for people to thrive. It's a really powerful tool that looks at things like health, housing, jobs, education, and access to all of these things, almost block by block. And I want to challenge myself in public here for accountability to think about this analysis we've done as a city, to identify what it would take to create a fair chance for everyone and reduce barriers to success, and to try to make sure that's built into our budget as much as possible. So if anyone here is listening, you can Google Austin Levers of Economic Mobility, and you'll find the tool. It's really worth exploring, and I know our city leaders are already thinking about this. I'm happy to see that the manager has prioritized a 3% raise for civilian staff, which is really important to make sure that people aren't getting a pay cut year over year due to inflation and healthcare costs. We need to take care of the people who take care of the city, and also thousands of city workers live in the city with their families and are a big part of what makes Austin special. I'm also really happy to see a continuation of the housing vouchers, which is a really important program that promotes stability and economic mobility. But we do have more work to do to protect social services. And I'm not happy to see the continued cuts to our social service contracts, and especially these across-the-board cuts to whole programmatic areas. What I hear is it's demoralizing to a lot of our social service providers who are on the front lines every day helping people. I hate the message we send that when 2 budgets in a row, one of the first places we go for cuts is social service contracts. It definitely feels contrary to the Equity Office report on what it takes to create economic mobility. And I think there's other places we can reduce spending. I know a lot of advocates, since the budget dropped, have been asking the question, how is it that we are raising the police budget by $25 million while we're cutting social services? And that doesn't feel good in terms of how we address the root causes of crime and violence and assure real safety for our community members. As much as possible, I'd like to see that we keep our spending proportional in terms of what share of our budget the city spends on policing versus other priorities that make Austin a great and safe place to live. And right now, each year, unfortunately, the proportion of the general fund spent on policing is creeping up. And so I'd like to explore ways to take things off the police department's plate and keep that spending proportionate. Another area I don't see represented in this draft budget is cuts to consultant spending. Council received a very important report from the city auditor in March of this year on consultant contract management. They looked at city contracts for general and professional consulting services across all departments. And one of the findings of the auditor's report was that city staff had not demonstrated, quote, that consultant services were justified or that they efficiently helped meet city objectives and the needs of residents. That was one of the top findings of the report, that our staff hasn't justified the consultant spending. And my colleagues will recognize the big numbers summarized in that report, that hundreds of millions of dollars were spent on consultant contracts over a 3-year period. So when we are talking about cutting $5 million or $8 million from social services this year alone, the first place I would look to put those dollars back in the budget so we can keep helping people, so we can keep reducing barriers that keep our Austin neighbors from thriving, I'd much rather we cut a few $1 million in consulting contracts than any of our social programs. All right, so that's my little opening. And then Director Lang, I wanted to start about housing, and I didn't quite hear the full answer to Councilmember Kadri's question. But are we understanding correctly that we are increasing the housing budget to cover the voucher programs, and that's why the housing trust fund transfer is being eliminated, and there won't be an impact to services?
You're correct. The local housing voucher program is fully funded in fiscal year 27. It's 3 funding sources, which includes the general fund, which is ongoing funding of $2.1 million, the housing trust fund, as well as their capital funding.
Thank you, ma'am. And then could you talk a little bit about the compliance programs, the compliance positions in the housing department? Will they also ensure compliance with ROTA requirements?
So those positions are focused on the Austin Housing Finance Corporation properties. And so I would have to ask for the detail of what that would include, but it's the properties that they're going to focus on maintaining the financial reliability of those actual properties. I don't know
Oh, thank you, Director. Yeah, appreciate it.
Good afternoon, Deletta Dean, Director of Austin Housing, and the short answer is yes. Those positions will help cover the monitoring and compliance of the ROTA lease addendum, as well as do servicing of the ROTA loans.
Thank you very much, Director. Appreciate it. Director Lang, my next questions are about HSO. Is the $3 million for the marshalling yard in addition to the $8 million in last year's budget, or is it part of the $8 million total to operate it?
It's part of the $8 million total. If you remember, in fiscal year 26, we budgeted $5 million ongoing operating, and $3 million is one time for the marshalling yard. This $3 million in fiscal year 27 is changing that one time to ongoing for an $8 million total ongoing investment.
Thank you, ma'am. And Mayor, just give me a signal when I'm hitting my 10 minutes, please. Could you estimate, Director or staff, how much the implementation of the new encampment sweep policy is costing each department?
I don't have that detail right now, but we can bring that information back in next week's work session.
Thank you, ma'am. I'll just give a few context points to add to that, and would be happy to have the answers later. So there was an article that quoted Director Gray as saying an average of $150,000 per sweep. So, one of the questions would be how many enforcement actions we're doing each month, how the cost is divided between the departments, and also just to confirm that I believe, according to the recent memo, the city has done individual outreach with 79 people and 35 have been connected to shelter. So I'm hoping to kind of understand this overall program as well as how the costs are reflected in the budget.
And Councilman, thank you for that, and thank you, Director Lang. And so let me make sure we're working on the specifics of that, and we do read the newspaper. We don't manage by the newspaper, though. I will say this, and so I want to be clear about the cost of the HIM program. The predominant amount of the costs are actually associated with the actual salaries and the positions that are reflected in doing the work, which are already costs that we would have to pay. It's a matter of where we're using those resources, and we can debate that, and I think I've had that discussion during my meetings with the community when we were talking about this. So I just want to be clear, and that's part of the challenge with us breaking out the costs, because I think the number that Director Gray may have shared included the staffing cost, and that's a myriad of different funds. And so we'll try to have that information for you by the time we meet and discuss the homeless department's budget next week. But again, I want to clarify this discussion around the cost of the HIM program is being conflated with the actual salaries of the people doing the work to clean up areas that need to be cleaned up.
Okay, thank you. Look forward to discussing that further. Director Lang, in terms of the Housing Trust Fund, we noticed that $4 million will be used for one-time funding for wraparound services. What would be the plan for those services after this year?
We'll continue to look for, in the planned year, think through this. In the planned year, there is an additional $1 million ongoing that is being added to the Homeless Strategy Office for permanent supportive housing wraparound services. And I think it's going to be a continued conversation about the balance of the city's investments, if there are additional ongoing funding needs, or how we partner with our government partners and the providers to find alternative funding to continue this work.
Thank you, ma'am. And I'll yield back to the mayor. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember, and we'll come back to you after we go through Councilmember Lane, Councilmember Ellis, and Councilmember Duchin.
So I also want to begin by thanking city staff for your hard work on this budget draft. You're all faced with the impossible task of meeting everyone's needs during a very difficult budget cycle, and it is very much appreciated. During a lean budget year, it's important for every city department to look deep into their spending and find ways to save taxpayer dollars, and it's clear that many city departments have done that. I expect those savings will continue to grow as we complete our upcoming audit. And with that, I'll begin my questions. The first relates to Austin Water on page 195. There's a line item outlining a reallocation of funding for water conservation commercial incentives and redirecting to other priorities. I'm wondering, what were Austin Water's incentives that were being offered? Are they still being offered in some capacity? And what has been the impact of commercial participation in these incentives so far, if any?
You're looking at 195 of the document?
Excuse me?
You're looking at the document, the proposed budget document?
195?
Okay.
I believe so.
I was trying to make sure it was the document, not the presentation.
I believe so. I have a handwritten note. Yes. Thank you. I'm sorry, this is much louder than it's been in the past. I feel like it's echoing.
If I can get into my chair. Thank you. Good afternoon, Council. My name is Shay Rolston. I'm the Director of Austin Water. Councilmember Lane, thank you for your question. You are asking about reduction in conservation incentives?
Yeah, specifically commercial.
And that is really a reflection of the demand that we have had for that program not having reached the budgeted level. That does not mean that if demand were to increase over time, we wouldn't be able to meet it. We would, but this is a reflection of right-sizing our budget to match our expenses.
Okay, thanks. That's very helpful. Okay. The next questions that I have are related to Austin Public Health, page 36 of the document. I'm interested in a cost comparison between the eliminated in-house STI HIV testing unit and the contracted replacement service on a per-test basis. Do we have that type of information?
Good afternoon, Adrian Stirrup, Director, Austin Public Health. Thank you for the question. We do not have that cost analysis available.
Is that possible to receive and follow?
Yes.
Thank you. I would also be interested in understanding if there will be any changes in test turn-on time or client access if we do, in fact, make this shift in approach.
So the reason for the proposed elimination is that we have consistently and historically had a hard time retracting and retaining the talent. The salary that is available to us just doesn't allow us to staff. And so if you look at our vacancies in that area over time, you'll see that we're consistently down at least 1 to 2 positions. The impact to services is that if someone comes into the clinic, they wouldn't be able to get that same day test results. So staff would then have to follow up within the next 24, 72 hours once we get it back from the commercial lab.
Okay.
But for a comparison, about 5,000 of our tests are done in-house. 11,000 samples are sent out to our reference lab annually.
Okay, that's very helpful. Thank you for the detailed response.
You're welcome.
And then I have a follow-up question about social services contracts. I'm wondering where we can see the final version of the rubric that was used by staff for social service contract evaluation in the preparation of this budget.
Yes, thank you for that. So we shared a draft of the rubric during the May Public Health Committee meeting, and we'll walk through the rubric next week during the social service grants conversation.
Okay, thank you. I'll yield at this point.
Right.
Thanks.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Ellis, whoop, it just disappeared. Councilmember Ellis, then Councilmember Duchin, and no, it's just voice. Councilmember Ellis, Councilmember Duchin, then Councilmember Alter, and the Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mayor. I want to start by also extending my appreciation. I know your team's been working on this for a very long time, basically since the last budget was approved. I'm going to have a couple of questions. I'm going to start with Parks and Recreation, and then a couple of questions about the fire department, and then transportation, public works, just to help make sure we've got the right folks. In your presentation, it declares there's $1.2 million increase in additional funding for parkland and facility maintenance. Can you tell me the breakdown of what is parkland maintenance, facility maintenance, and then I think there was one other item in that bucket. I just wanted to know what was personnel and what was facilities costs or other things to consider.
Sure. Good morning, Jesus Aguirre, Austin Parks and Recreation. I don't have the breakdown in terms of commodities, but I can tell you generally about $700,000 of that is going to operations and maintenance for parks. About $86,000 going to pool furnishings, and a chunk of that's going also to forestry. But we can give you the exact breakdown.
Forestry. Okay, that's fantastic. I just couldn't tell, what was hard cost, fixed cost, one time, and things of that nature. It also specifies $171,000 reduction in supplemental programming for youth camps and senior centers. Can you tell me what's going on there?
Sure. And this is sort of, as we've gone through the budget process, trying to identify places where we could make the reductions necessary without having significant impact on programming. So in this case, these are basically enrichment programs that we had sort of vendor contracts that would sort of push into the programs that our recreation staff and temporary staff were already doing. So it'll just be fewer of this enrichment activities, but the programming will continue.
Okay, fantastic. Thank you. That's all I have for Director Aguirre. I also wanted to double check and confirm. So now we are contributing $6 million of overtime for the fire department, correct?
Correct.
Okay, because I know last year that was one of the conversations, was just how much is overtime costing and how can we better balance staffing. And so I appreciate the call out to maintaining 4-person staffing levels. I think that's something that's really important to be maintaining until we have some sort of other programmatic discussions or approvals between the department and the union to make sure that our firefighters are safe as they're doing their work. I have a question about firefighter maternity leave. We've also had a couple conversations over the years about whether our firefighters who do have children during the year are able to collect that maternity leave. Can you tell me if that's included in this year's budget or not? Or for how many people that might be extended to if needed?
I believe that was added as an ongoing into the budget. I'm going to turn to Rebecca, Chief Volke, if he could come down and speak to that.
Tom Boki, Chief of Staff, Austin Fire. The maternity program was extended to this year. Last year we had 4 members take advantage. The previous year we had 2, so it's an ongoing cost that we're continuing to take a look at.
Okay, but generally it doesn't seem like there would be an issue if you had 2 or 4 firefighters give birth this year?
Absolutely not. We could absorb that.
Okay, fantastic. We will call that a success then. I know we had that question and just wanted to make sure we had that answer for them. And then my last question will be about the Vision Zero program. It has an $8,000 increase for the next fiscal year to support functions. Is there any more detail about what exactly is going to be increased with Vision Zero? I see Director Mendoza is.
I'll call down Director Mendoza.
You're up next on The Price is Right.
Thank you, Council Member. Yes, the Vision Zero program, right now they're in the midst, Richard Mendoza, Director, Transportation Public Works, in the midst of concluding and completing the bond referendums from 2018 and 2020. This year, our department went through an exercise of efficiencies and savings. We brought a lot of consultant contract work in-house, so we're going to be doing more design work for those Vision Zero improvements as we move forward to complete the 2020 bond.
Great, I appreciate that. I know there's been some reorganizations within, whose portfolio is there, and I know you've done a lot of work to make sure your assistant directors, are knowledgeable and also being able to have their hands on a couple of different programs. Can you talk a little bit about the Vision Zero program and any traffic enforcement? I know a couple years back we were hoping to partner with other public safety folks to help with traffic enforcement, which is something that APD isn't able to do in the capacity that I know that they would like to do with their staffing levels. Is there any collaboration for traffic enforcement right now?
Not with other agencies outside the city of Austin. Since about 2 or 3 years ago, we did approach Travis County and made possible use of their constables. While they were open to the idea at that time, once it reached, I can't recall what the fatal flaw was in that idea. I'd have to go back and check my notes. But I have had conversations after that with Chief Davis, and she supports traffic enforcement. She's a believer that does save lives, and to the degree that we can leverage those, we do.
So if there was a way to reinvigorate that partnership with the county, there would be money in the Vision Zero program to help?
I believe all our money right now is reserved for capital improvements. So we'll do intersection improvements, and we've got some marketing, and we also do some the zero refusal program. So we could explore that.
Okay, that's great. Let's keep the conversation going.
Thank you.
Those are all the questions I have for now, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Duchin, Councilmember Alter, and the Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm going to continue the tradition of making a couple of comments and then diving into some questions, first with the presentation from the day, and then maybe if we've got time, a few more regarding the budget document itself. So I'm in perhaps a little bit of a different space than some of my colleagues. Obviously, first, I want to say a heartfelt thank you to all the incredible work. Like others have said, that's an enormous job to try and balance all the different needs that the council and community have, and I really just appreciate all the work and support you guys have given us and will continue to give us over the next 6 weeks. That said, it's not really what I was expecting. I thought after starting a conversation a couple months ago around zero-based budgeting, we'd have a budget with that was a bit more reflective of some fiscal discipline after the tax rate election last year. And instead, it looks to me like we started off at the max and didn't leave us tremendous room to maneuver. And when I dig into it and I think about the presentation from this morning, there are parts that make me feel like this is kind of a take now and hope later budget, where we've got 3% COLAs, but nothing in 2028. We've got some reductions in social services, but maybe more on the way. We're hoping our one ATS and app rationalization and other efficiencies with social services and consulting, as others have mentioned, are going to reverse the economic fortunes. But it feels like at this moment that's all still kind of like theoretical savings, rather than having the confidence to really call our position in the future that positive. And we're doing this in the same context that with Mr. Nelson's presentation, time of slow economic growth, of more uncertainty, of slow job growth, of dipping into our 17% reserve fund for fiscal year 28 for next year. So when we say we've got a balanced budget in fiscal year 28 projected and beyond, I feel like there are some important caveats we should be considering as part of that. And so if there was a bottom line here, it's just that I'm concerned really where we started and where we'll be next year with our 27-28 budget as the next phase of this, as we're doing two-year budgeting, as the manager pointed out. I was hoping that we could demonstrate some compromise with taxpayers in Austin who have, from my perspective, delivered a very strong message to us last year. They're struggling right now, not with the fees and taxes and debt and utility from the city and county and so on, but also with things that we don't always talk about, right? Home and auto insurance and gas and food and the many other ways that they're getting squeezed. And in many cases, squeezed straight out of the city. And as I've spoken about before, we're sometimes it feels like we're cultivating two Austins here, one that can just shrug off the tax increase. It's a rounding error for them, and one that's going to be disproportionately impacted by them. And this is where it feels like the response is really puzzling, because we talk about the 3.5% state imposed spending limit, but when I look back for the last 4 years at the 3.5% that we approved, it sure looks like the state gave us a ceiling and we treat it as a floor. And that 3.5% is important. We talk about having to keep up with inflation, and I agree with that, and how the state cap consumes the inflation right out of the gate. But I'm also not sure that's entirely true. When I look at core inflation, so that's inflation less energy, less fuel, less gas, and less food, that's been at about 2.5% for the last 2 or 3 years. Yet, when I look at the budget, I'm looking at many city departments that have an increase of 3 to 5%. And so it feels like my job in the coming days and weeks is going to be to better understand where our year-on-year cost increases are actually being consumed by inflation and those drivers, and where we are actually adding new programs and personnel and services, and why. So I want to continue to work with the manager and staff and collect information about our department priorities to ensure that when we do need to spend beyond whatever our year-on-year increases are, that it's the must-haves, not the nice-to-haves. It's in line with our KPIs and our goals, our strategic vision. So with that said, dipping into our presentation from earlier, if we can look at slide 26, which is the property tax supported debt. And I heard that Mr. Nelson say that the taxpayer debt service obligation will increase by 17%. So my question is, where do we project that this type of increase is going to taper off before it begins to crowd out our other priorities, or has it already?
I would say from a revenue perspective, the operating and debt service components are separated. So there will be no adverse impact to general fund property tax revenue as this continues to grow. Of course, this will be added to that operating increase, and so it will continue to increase the total property tax bill every year.
is there a point that, I mean, do we feel like we're over the hump that with the major projects that we've undertaken at this point? Because I'm seeing pretty rapid increase last year, 44, then this year it's 54. Next year we project $77 increase there for the average tax bill. Are we kind of, once we complete this round of major projects for aviation, water, energy, et cetera, are we kind of over the hump? Maybe that's a better question to ask.
Sure. Ed Manino, Chief Financial Officer. And none of the dollars you're seeing on slide 26 are driven by those projects. These are general obligation bond projects funded through the property taxes. So Austin Energy, water, aviation that you mentioned, they have their own funding sources, their own credit ratings. So they're separate from this. This is strictly property tax supported debt. The answer to your question is that the top of the hump isn't projected to come until about 2030. And so that the debt sales lag the expenditures of the funds. And so as you've heard before, we have, several $100 million of projects that have still already been authorized by voters that are still remaining to be delivered, and then the sale of the debt to pay for that on our reimbursement basis process typically lags by a year or two. So when you're looking at the amount of our debt that we're servicing, that is going to continue to increase over the next several years as we continue to implement projects that the voters have already approved. And it's about 2030 when we would reach the top. Now, of course, there's also discussions about doing a bond election, and then that would push that out. We would be issuing additional bonds if the voters were to approve additional funding in 2026 or at some future date. But right now, based upon the debt we have in place, the debt we're servicing, the pace at which we're paying off our existing debt, the pace at which new debt will be issued to finish out those prior bond elections, about 2030 is when we hit the tip of the hump.
Okay, thank you. So just to make sure I understood that, we can expect, based on that lag you just described, those year-to-year increases to continue to increase at least until 2030.
Yeah, and this is not a surprise for the people that were around when those bond elections were being approved and put before the voters. That was a known outcome of those bond elections. So I just want to put that out there, that what we're seeing is what was anticipated in light of the bonds that were being passed when the previous councils were looking at those and the voters were approving them.
And then you brought it up, but if voters did go ahead and approve a $700 million or $350 million or whatever that figure is bond program, that's going to accelerate that process.
Yeah, I think our projections are, if we were to wait until 2028, that the pace at which bonds are being paid off and the pace at which these new bonds would be implemented, they kind of equal out. So the hump doesn't go any higher, but the hump extends out for a little bit longer. The projections are that an additional bond in 2026 would be more money that we're issuing over the next 2 years, and so the hump is a little bit higher, and it gets pushed out a little, to maybe 2031 or 2032 before it starts coming down.
Okay, thank you for clarifying that. I just want to turn to page 46, which is also on the same topic, which is the 5-year CIP spend plan. If you can just take maybe 30 seconds or a minute and expand on what the other category is in that chart, or what sort of projects are represented there. Given that category continues to grow and looks like it's going to double year on year.
Yes, the main part of that other category is the convention center expansion, and so that's why you see the larger spend in 27 and 28, and then it starts going down again, but that's the main portion of the other.
Okay, knowing that project ends, I'll just leave it there. I'll follow up individually if there's other projects that are part of that category.
Councilmember, we'll come back.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor.
Councilmember Alter, followed by the Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you very much. I want to put into context a little bit some of the things that have been discussed here, and really looking at where we start this budget. I went, as mentioned here, talking about inflation, the past 12 months our inflation is, by happenstance or not, 3.5%. So keeping up with the costs of what we've been doing just over the past 12 months, not growing as a city, not doing anything new, costs 3.5% more. And to say, well, you know, look at core inflation, which is a smaller number, well, that strips out energy prices. I'm pretty sure we buy gas for our fleet more than I wish, but I know we do it. I know that our workers, which are a huge portion of our budget, we are a people-first service delivery city. Those workers are set to get 3% here, but they have to go to the grocery store, and they have to put gas in their cars, and they have to buy all the things for their family. And so keeping up with that cost, we are barely able to do. So this is not a rampant spending budget. And if something is too much, and there are things that I'm going to try to pinpoint as areas where we can save, I would encourage anybody to put those things on the table, and we can have a discussion about that. But to paint with a broad brush, I feel is a little unfair to this budget, because there's a lot of things that aren't in this budget that are having a real impact on the community as well. So with that in mind, I want to understand that the chart that we have that talks about the impact to an individual, the average Austinite. Do we have an equivalent chart of how a CAP customer would be impacted? So what their difference in utility rates would be year over year, and other discounts, to see how those who are really struggling the most in our community, what types of increase they'll see?
Not on hand to display, but we put those rates in the budget and brief section of our document, so we could easily pull them out and make a new chart based on those rates.
Okay. Well, if we could you share that one way or another, whether it's at one of our future presentations or through whatever process you want to share it. I think it'd be helpful to know that. I also want to better understand about our delinquencies and how they've been going up in terms of property tax collections. You know, we used to be collecting 99.5, 99.6, and this year we're only anticipating on collecting 98.5. And you know, just to put in context, 0.5% better. So if we went from 98.5 to 99%, that's $6.4 million. That's the entirety of, you know, whether it's the fire overtime or the social service contract cuts, you pick your thing. If 0.5% more people would just pay their property taxes. So I'm curious, do we have any ability, anything to be more aggressive in property tax collections, or is that completely out of our hands with the property tax assessor collector's office?
It's completely out of our hands with the assessor collector's office.
Okay. And do we know, have we asked them why this is happening?
I'll leave it to Eric I don't believe we've asked that question. I just wanted to say, you know, folks not paying their property taxes in a year doesn't free them up from that obligation, and that they will continue to get bills, and there'll be delinquencies and penalty fees for when they eventually pay. And if they never pay when they sell their home, that will be taken out of the equity of the home sale. So just because somebody doesn't pay their taxes doesn't mean that they're not eventually paid. And we get every year our regular tax collections, and then we get another category of delinquent taxes and that have been paid from prior delinquencies.
Okay. Completely shifting gears here, the one ATS movement. You had the slide about how many personnel are going from general fund departments, from enterprise departments. We divvy up a department's contribution to the support services fund based on their share of, I guess, is it their share of the budget, or what determines that particular department's payment to support services?
There's a cost allocation model that's associated with each of the internal services funds to determine the department's proportional cost. And so with the support services fund in particular, there are several things that we look at depending on the services being provided. So if you're looking at procurement, it's the number of procurement items and documents that our central procurement provides for that department. When you look at budget and organizational excellence, it's FTE and budget. So there are different variables and factors. And then similarly in the technology fund, some of it is on PCs, some of it is on FTEs or positions and budget as well. So there are a number of things that we look at, number of variables in determining a department's proportion of that budget.
Okay. And what I'm really trying to understand is if you had, let's just take Austin Energy. They had a certain number of individuals that were IT focused in-house, and obviously they covered that whole cost. Now those individuals are being shifted to this support services department. Will their cost be a one-for-one what they were spending, or will somehow through the calculation of that budget or that allocation they see a net increase or a net decrease in what they have to pay for that service?
So for those units that are primarily focused on one department, and we picked up a full unit and moved it into ATS, those units are being charged back to the department that they originally came from over this next year. This is phase one of the process, and so over the next year for fiscal year 27, it will be charged directly back to that department as the restructure is finalized and we finalize the verticals that ATS has. Then there may be some shifting, some dialing in of that allocation, that it may be moved across several departments as we finalize the structure.
Okay. On the page 33 of the budget document, we have transfers and other requirements from the general fund. And I was curious, you give kind of the high level of what those are, 12 million for economic development activities, 9.2 to DSD. But can you help just illuminate what the other, it's about $20 million-ish, is in that category? What are these other requirements?
The placeholder for the market study is budgeted there in the aggregate, so that's a big unnamed chunk.
Got it.
And then we have, I think most of these are itemized. We have put the Travis County intake facility, the entire amount of the agreement there, that's over $16 million. And then we have large transfers to support economic development, development services for non-fee recovered expenses, that transfer to the Economic Incentives Reserve in support of our economic development agreements.
Okay. On your presentation, you talk about, specifically as it relates to the Sobering Center, but we have it in a couple other places as well, those one-time transfers to various departments or programs. Am I understanding correctly that essentially those come out of the budget stabilization reserve fund, and then once we do those one-time transfers out, we ask ourselves what's the delta between that balance and getting to 17%, and that's then when we do a transfer back in of that 6.3?
We budget the 6.3 million, but we don't count that as part of our ongoing expenditures to serve as the denominator for the reserve calculation.
But is there 6.3 going into the reserves and while a 4.3 going right back out?
Essentially, yes. But because those are one-time expenses, we also don't want that to count towards our ongoing expenses in the general fund proper. And so we try to isolate those and budget them out of the reserve fund.
Okay. I'll have a few more later.
Very good. Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mayor. I want to start off with kind of a big picture question is, during the TRE debate and discussion, one of the highlights that I would mention was that in the past, before the 3.5% property tax caps, we would take an average of about 6% or so of the new property tax values. What would we have gotten this year if instead of taking the 3.5%, if we were able to take the 6%? What would how much more money would we have had available?
If you have one more question, I'll have an answer to that by the time we're done.
I will put that on pause for just a second and then move on to my next few questions. And whenever you got that number, you can. The next thing I wanted to talk about was the police budget. And I wanted to see the additional funds that are going to the police. Could we break that down into which tranches of funds are going to what? For example, in the display on or in the presentation on page 15, about $12 million, $11.7 million for the contractual raises to our sworn officers. And the remainder of that money, which I think it was in the 20-some-odd million dollars, what is the rest of that dollar figure? What does that look like?
Sure. So about $10 million is based on the citywide allocations. Mm-hmm. And that's those things like administrative support, technology, facilities, fuel and fleet. So those are $10 million of those costs. Once we take out the wage increases, there is the police retirement system, the legacy liability payments or the statutory requirements of $1.3 million. Again, a stipend that is part of their meet and confer, $250,000.
Then I think the civilian wage also, right? Because we've got a lot of civilian employees.
The civilian wage is included in the overall cost to the police department as well.
And how much is a civilian a portion of the wage increase? Do we know?
One second. $1.2 million.
Okay. So that $10 million, like you were saying, the facilities management, fuel, maintenance, that kind of stuff like that, those are, and I'm going to step back a second just for the public's purpose and also just to clarify it in my own mind. Each department has a budget for the kind of administrative and support services that departments like Human Resources provide, ATS provides, vehicle maintenance provides, and all that. So when you're talking about that $10 million increase in the police budget, basically that is kind of inflationary increase in what they're paying, HR, fleet management, all that. And that's a question. Is that's what we're talking about when we're talking about that $10 million increase?
That's correct. That's what we're talking about.
Okay. Now, in terms of new spending, things that the police department did not have before that they now have. If I remember correctly, I think there was one additional position for recruitment.
Yes, one civilian position for recruitment, and that is at, I think it was $79,000 for that position.
Got it. All right. Thank you. I just wanted to understand that increase in the police department budget. And let me move on to my next little yellow sticky here.
Councilmember, if I could, at 6% voter approval threshold, we would get an extra $17.8 million compared to this proposed budget.
All right. And I really appreciate that, because I just want to highlight that, I know that, and again, I don't want to cut really any funding, but we are in a different reality where before we used to get a lot more property tax revenue. Now we're getting a lot less property tax revenue. Again, I just can't stress this enough. That was masked by the pandemic and the additional funds that we got, and then by the tremendous growth in sales tax after the pandemic. But now we're settling into this new reality where every year we're going to miss out on, $15 to $20 million of property tax that prior councils in decades before had. They had that money to be able to budget. We don't. That's not something that we can fix in this chamber. That's something that the folks just down the street in the Pink Dome have control over. I hope that we are able to have a different calculation, one that at the very least allows us to keep up with inflation and population growth. But that's where we are. And until that changes, it's hard to see where additional revenues are gonna come from. And again, I think our colleagues over at Austin ISD, I think they're doing honestly a great job managing a very, very difficult situation. My hat's off to the superintendent and the school board doing the best they possibly can with a very, very difficult budget. I don't want to put the city in that situation 10 years from now. I'd rather make kind of small but difficult decisions on a year-by-year basis than get to a situation where we have a massive budget deficit and a very painful process. So I just wanted to highlight that loss of property tax revenue. Eric, what happened in April and May with sales taxes of this year? Did everybody just decide to go out to Costco and H-E-B that month, or those 2 months? Or what happened there? 14% and 12%, almost 15 and 13, really.
That was when I went off my diet and started drinking again.
Yeah, so unfortunately, we don't have great granularity in the data we get from the state, but the simplest solution that's illustrated on that slide is that those months were particularly low in the prior year, and so even just returning to a sort of average, you're going to get a higher than usual growth in those years the next month. Mm-hmm. I'm not aware of any particular dynamics with our spring festival season that would alone explain that kind of variance.
Yeah.
This is not perfect data. Not everyone pays their bill on time. You have things that get moved into different months. You have audit adjustments. You have businesses opening and closing. So I don't have a perfect explanation, but the simple arc of it is just comparison with a particularly weak month in the prior year.
Yeah. But just moving forward, though, again, we're looking at I think y'all were projecting about 2.5%. Was that the average sales tax growth, like moving into the next decade or so?
2.5 for next year and 3% thereafter.
Got it. And again, that's lower than what we've expected, which is normal. As a city grows in size, its growth slows. So as any organization grows in size, its growth slows. So that's totally normal. And again, we need to plan that out. On the Austin Convention Center, there's that $11.2 million decrease in projected hotel occupancy tax collections to reflect the planned expiration of the 2-cent venue hot tax. What exactly is a venue hot tax? Where does that come from?
The venue hot tax was a 2% tax the voters approved around 2000, I think, maybe 1998. The 2 pennies that was used to fund the original convention center site, and that's projected to be paid off, I believe, in 2029. And so when that's paid off, the taxes will no longer come in.
Got it. And that is not the vehicle rental tax that we're using to support, I believe, the Palmer and the Long Center. Just to clarify my different kind of tax sources.
Hi, good afternoon. Katie Zmesnik, Interim Director of the Austin Convention Center. You are correct. The vehicle rental tax funds Palmer Event Center.
Got it. And then what's going to happen to that 2-cent venue tax after it expires in, did you say 28, 29?
So we're actually going to be able to pay it off early. So we are slated to pay it off November of 2027. And at that time, though I will look to the lawyers to correct me, the county has the right of first refusal on that 2 cents.
Okay. So pending, I guess. We'll see what happens.
That's 10 minutes.
Okay.
We'll come back to you.
Got it. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Mayor.
I'm going to take a minute, and then we'll go back to Councilmember Siegel, followed by Councilmember Duchin, Councilmember Alter, and then the Mayor Pro Tem, unless somebody jumps in and wants some additional time. All right. A lot of my stuff's been asked, so I'm going to just go to one real quick thing. First of all, let me say, from my perspective of watching this over the last couple of years, one of the things that we have learned that we do better in terms of building this budget as a council and getting our input into the budget is when we indicate what we think we would like to see and then have the professional staff show us how they would recommend that being done, as opposed to us saying, I know what I would like to see, and then us trying to figure out the details of that. I think certainly we proved that last cycle when we did the budget. So what I would encourage everybody is to keep that in mind as we do it. And along those lines, I'm not going to ask a question that maybe does that. I asked that we have, when we did the forecast, we talked about all this, when we did the forecast, I asked that we do a no new revenue forecast at the same time as we did a forecast that the manager's office and the director did that had the voter approval rate in addition. And I did that for a number of reasons, but the 2 predominant reasons were, one, I didn't want us to jump to a conclusion that we were going to have a certain amount of increase no matter what. I wanted us to build that. The second is I wanted there to be what I thought would be greater transparency about what we would need to do in a budget based upon those various revenue estimates. As I listen to folks really here on the dais, I think it would be helpful to us to have you, as the professional staff, tell us what the budget would look like if, and I'm just going to throw out a number because we can all make decisions about how we want to approach that. But what would happen is if we didn't go to the full voter approval rate, but instead we went 2%. What would the recommendation of our financial staff be about how that budget would look? I think 2 things about that. One is it avoids, back to my 2 points, one thing it does is it avoids the assumption that we're going to just go ahead and have a 3.5%, an increase that will bring in 3.5% more revenue. It obviously would have a lower tax rate increase. But the other thing it would do is it would help us identify, I think, and it would help the public identify what happens if we do go to the full 3.5%. And we use 2 maybe as a, and we could do other numbers, but I'm just picking 2. So I would ask that we do that. And by the way, that would include what the Mayor Pro Tem was talking about just a minute ago, which would be what the forecast then would look like. You've provided us a forecast that shows us not running deficits in this fiscal year, the one we're working on right now, and the next fiscal year, what would a 2%, again, not going all the way to the voter approval rate, am I making sense?
Yes.
Great, thank you. And with that, we'll go to Councilmember Siegel, then Councilmember Duchin, Councilmember Alter.
Thank you, Mayor. Let's see here. Director Lang, good to be talking to you again. On police, I want to go to the $425,000 in one-time funding for recruitment, which seems to be separate from a new position. If you could describe what that would entail.
I'm going to ask the chief to come down and talk through that because my memory isn't faring well right now.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Council, City Manager. Nice to be here. So that money would be, certainly when you're asked to list what your priorities are as a department, recruitment is absolutely a priority for me and for this council and the city and the community. So for me, when I'm looking at recruiting, it's about that service deliverables. How are we getting people back into being interested in becoming an Austin police officer? And we are making great strides in that. And, we've looked at the proof of we're going to have conversations probably next week on what it looked like prior to the contract to now. If I'm looking at the contract, it was about 750 people, applicants were interested in a academy class. Now we have about 1,500 officers that are signing up to take these tests. So we are making great strides toward getting our numbers up. And I'm looking at with our sitting here talking about Vision Zero and how important that is, I want to be able to fill those positions where we have traffic back out, where we have motors, where we have all of these things servicing our community. So this money is about how do we take that priority and make it real and get those classes going. We are on track, just the work we've been doing. We are most likely going to have a class of 100 officers for the first time in a very long time. So we are, again, here I've been here almost 2 years. Just the improvements that we've made are very grand, and I want to continue that. And this money will help facilitate that through billboards, through digital assets, through all the things we need to do. We brought in some trainers for the first time, training our recruiters on how to actually recruit. How do we successfully recruit somebody? And so getting that training for them and making sure they're up to date on what we're looking for. We want good quality applicants, not just seats to come and take a test. We want good quality applicants, and we want Austinites. We want people that are from this city, that know this city to come here. So that's, those funds would go toward that. And I don't know if, Michelle, if you had anything more specific?
So just to clarify, Chief, thank you very much for the overview. Like you're thinking like communications materials, advertisements, as well as consultants to train existing academy personnel?
Absolutely, and bringing people, again, through Austin, but also those modified classes where we're looking at people that already have a TCOL license, and we're able to cut those classes down because that licensee is there, but we're bringing them into, this is the way we do things in Austin. This is what's important to Austin. These are the things that we do here in Austin to make our Austin Police Department great. And so to be able to bring those people in, we're looking at seriously in the next couple of years, getting that, those openings that we have, those vacancies, of really closing that loop.
Thank you, Chief. And I don't know if this should be for you or Director Lang, but I wanted to go to the police equipment line item. I guess if one of y'all could explain how much more we're increasing our budget for police equipment this year as compared to last year.
Are you on page 404?
Well, I'm working from the notes my staff put together.
So I know there is some one-time funding for police equipment that is based on the revenue that has been currently received through the asset forfeiture funds. And so there's some one-time funding and equipment that will be purchased through that. And let me try to see if I got the exact information. It's coming. Barricades, and I think the Meridian barricades, as well as some of the drone equipment that was
Yes, that's from asset forfeiture. Yes.
and Halo modernization.
Right.
Great, thank you, and thanks, Chief. That's all I have for
Okay,
police.
thank
you. Director, if we could go to consultant contracts, the general and professional consulting. In your opinion, what would it look like if we were to ask staff to find an across-the-board 20% cut to general and professional consulting contracts? What would that look like?
So as we've been analyzing the consultant contracts, I believe that what we found so far, and the plan is to come back with some detailed information, but in those numbers that have been shared by the auditor's office, it shares the numbers across the city. And so when we're looking at the general fund, we have a particular line item called consulting others that is primarily used for what would be used for management consulting or not specific consulting. And that budget for the general fund is $2 million. And the usage that has been there is about 1.5, and we're digging into exactly what those consulting contracts are, and we'll be able to give you that detail. So if we're looking specifically for management consultant, I don't think there's a lot of dollars available in the general fund. When you look at what we have funded through other funding sources, particularly grants, or that may be in the enterprise departments or in other areas, then there may be some dollars there. But if you're looking for one-to-one savings in the general fund, I think that's where there's going to be less availability of funds to reduce. But we're working on some responses to that to give you all that detail so you can better understand the funding source and what a reduction would look like.
Thank you, Director. Yeah, because the mayor is encouraging us to kind of do the questions in public here instead of through CBQs. But I guess what I'm looking for is as granular a look at as possible. Looking at that auditor report, have these headline numbers. Was it 270 million across 3 years or whatever? There's a big difference between 100 million in the last fiscal year, according to that report, and 1.5. And so, do you have a timeline? Which hearing we can expect that presentation? Because obviously that would influence what types of amendments we might propose.
Yes, I am anticipating that conversation either the 28th or the 30th.
Thank you, ma'am.
And I'll pause this because I want to ask a question about
Go ahead,
that
Mayor.
because we had and I've been talking to the manager, but you remember we also passed a follow-up ordinance to the audit, and it asked for this all to be teased out, and that's what you're making reference to. Is that right?
Correct. Teasing out the consulting contracts that we have, that we've been spending on across the city, and really looking at the general fund budget and spend has kind of been the focus that we've been trying to address in that review.
So would we be in a position to the council members' questions, be in a position by the 28th or whatever to know better how that all fits into these things?
That is, yes, that's the
your
goal. That's the goal.
I apologize for interrupting, but
No, thanks, Mayor. I always appreciate the help. All right, let me try to hit a few quick topics here. So market studies. Director, if you could talk a little bit about the market studies in the budget. I'm seeing $4.3 million on page 12 of the presentation for a citywide market study. But then in the budget, there's $6 million on page 172 for an Austin energy market study. I also see market study adjustments and ARR and Austin Water's budget. Could you summarize what's going on with these market studies?
I'll do my best. So the Human Resources Department did a comprehensive citywide market study for positions that had not been reviewed in the last 3 or 4 years. And so what you see is the 4.3 in the general fund is the total amount of the results of that market study that will be implemented next year. Each department and each fund has their portion of that citywide market study. In addition, HR does specific industry market studies if the department requests it. And so I believe this fiscal year, maybe last year, they started a market study specific to Austin energy titles, and they received those results this year. And so they've started the implementation for that in this year, and that is going to be an incremental $6 million increase for Austin Energy specific market positions.
Okay, good. So these are, enhancements to wages, essentially. These aren't like paying for a study.
No, it's the implementation of the study.
Got it. Thank you. All right, so hopefully these are quicker ones. This is more volume 2 of the budget I've started to look at. It's pretty long. But the liability reserve fund goes up by $35 million. I just wanted to check my understanding. Is that really dollars for the yogurt shop settlement?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. And then the last little bit here, page 263 of volume 2, affordable housing. Part of the housing capital improvement plan over 5 years. If you could just explain this chart to me. I'm looking at this chart, and it seems to show, a variety of revenue sources for affordable housing that really drop off precipitously within a couple of years. And so if you could just kind of, give me a mini lesson on what I'm looking at with this chart.
Sure. You're looking at the CIP spend plan for housing, and these are the projects that they plan on bringing on board through the forecast period through fiscal year 31. This spend plan is just their estimate of what they would, again, be spending to bring these properties online. And on this particular page, this is current revenue. And so these are revenue dollars, cash, maybe long-term transfers from the general fund. And then you look at the next page, and that is related to our public improvement bonds. And so if you know, the 2022 bond was a housing bond, and you'll see more spending for those related projects through the PIP. So we break out the funding source in our CIP plan, so you can see the varying funding sources and the projects that are funded through those sources.
Okay, thank you very much. That's helpful. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilmember Siegel. Councilmember Duchin, Alter, and then the Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mayor. I want to pick up on a couple of things very quickly that some others have brought up, but I just want to confirm different things about them. One is, per Councilmember Alter's questions about tax delinquency, we just noticed that year to year, it seems like delinquencies have increased marginally, but still, I mean, those margins might equate to hundreds of thousands, if not millions of dollars. Is this just sort of a statistical anomaly, or is this relevant, or is there even a sense that like homeowners are increasingly cost burdened, and that's why you're seeing that slight increase?
Yeah, so I think we have seen an increase, a slight decrease in payments over, say, 10 years. We used to be 99.5 or above, and then it seemed like we were down in 99.1, 0.2. This year I'm projecting 98.6. It's not the projection I've made that I have the most confidence in, because there's two factors. How much revenue are we going to end up with, and what's the levy, which is derived from what the final amount of value on the roll is. And if you recall from the forecast presentation, that value has been sort of running away from us as appeals are being processed. So I'm not exactly sure where we're going to end the year, but my best guess right now is that we'll be at 98.6, which would be a meaningful erosion in payment of property tax bills. So this is why we've historically assumed 98.5% in our budgets, as it does give us some headroom. But if we truly end the year and crunch the numbers and it's 98.6, I would be concerned, and next year we may need to lower that rate in order to give ourselves additional headroom again.
Okay, thank you. We're just seeing, like, going 1 year back, it increased from 0.6 to 0.7, 2 years from 0.3 to 0.4, and so on. And I'm just was wondering if there's a narrative that you all are working with that might explain that. But on that same page, when we look at the property tax summary chart, I think this is page 54, I'm seeing decreasing, and I think we've discussed it, decreasing taxable valuations running from fiscal year 24 to 27. And the loss looks to be around $12 billion or so over that window. So our tax levy during the same period is increasing around $240 million. So I'm curious if you can help me understand, is there a model that's helping us explain or giving us some insight as to this trend? Is this trend going to reverse at some point? At what point do we think we'll see revenue increasing because taxable property in the city increases rather than us taking a larger and larger share of kind of a shrinking pie?
Well, so we're always dialing into that number through that new construction number. If you will, the fact that there's that new construction means that the existing stuff is actually shrinking a bit more than it even seems on the surface, because this $222 billion includes $3.2 billion of new construction. But relative to that existing pie, what the state formula tries to do is adjust the rate so you're getting, up to 3.5% more revenue. So for a particular homeowner, if they grow at the average, they're always going to be paying 3.5% more, or based on our experience anyway. So we're not burdening them any more or less as those values shrink, because that operating rate is adjusting. But the key for the general fund's revenue is that new construction piece.
And do you see that, again, with some of the other things that you're predicting in terms of job growth, et cetera, do you see that continuing for the next couple of years?
So we're expecting another smaller decline to about $3 billion. I don't think we're going to see a meaningful uptick until interest rates are lower and we start to see, I think when development services revenue starts to really recover, then a year or two after that, we're going to have a great new construction number again.
Okay, so there are canary in the coal mine. Got it. On page 65, there's a page there about the national economy, and in the section it says to the effect that continued expectations are that inflation is going to exceed the Fed's 2% target, mean that interest rates are more likely to increase later this year. So if we're expecting the Fed to increase interest rates, my assumption here is that the increased cost to borrow money is going to further depress home values. And if that bears out, will we need to further increase our tax rate to meet the 3.5% increase that seems to be our baseline right now?
So we've already seen, I think, the market come down maybe 20% if you look at the sales data. Obviously, it could go down farther. I think our general read on it is that we've reached a point of relative stability, and I don't think anyone's clear on what the trajectory of those rates are going to be. It does seem like sentiment has shifted that the next move may be an increase, but I don't know how long or what the magnitude of that series of increases may be. But certainly if we're half a point higher a year from now, then we may need to reevaluate. Otherwise, I think our general read on the situation is flat to slightly below where we are now next year, and hoping for some kind of moderate return to normalcy in the later out years.
Okay, thank you. On page 76 of the table, expenditures by fund category, and it's got the citywide operating budget, and it shows that our debt service is anticipated to increase 18.1% on that chart. So my question is, when do we project that type of increase is going to taper off before it begins to potentially crowd out other priorities that are on that table, or maybe it has already?
$76.
I think, and what you're looking at on page 76 is our all funds fund summary with that 18% increase projected for debt retirement funds. That number is likely going to continue to increase, because that's not just the GO bonds we were talking about earlier. This is our airport, which is going to spend billions of dollars over the next 5+ years as we continue to build out the airport. It includes the convention center. So with those huge projects in the pipeline, I would anticipate that is going to increase over the next several years. But we could look at our projections if you're interested in kind of that same hump discussion about when does that growth in overall debt, when is it projected to peak and start coming down. We can certainly provide that in a upcoming work session.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Benino. Last question on 74, page 74, talks about this is the employment growth forecast. And there's a reading, I think, in figure 15. Let's see. Figure 15, where the employment growth kind of does this U curve. From 2022 to 26, growth drops like 9% to 1.3%. And then we're seeing it start to rebound in 2027, projected. So my question is, in the near term, like fiscal year 30 maybe, is a reasonable projection that we're going to hover in that 1.5% to 2%, or should we anticipate like returning to 3%? Do you guys have a sense of how optimistic we ought to be in sort of the midterm?
Sorry, I'm just trying to find Mr. Hawkins' exact language. I think his longer-term forecast is that we'd be back up in the 2.5% range in those unshown out years. Again, based on this hope, frankly, for a return to normalcy and the thought that even if Austin doesn't have readily identifiable significant drivers of economic growth, it's well positioned in the global economy, and as that stabilizes, we're going to benefit as well, but not to extreme degrees.
Is there any narrative you guys have that's not included in in the budget document that you just mentioned?
We don't have any other material that we're working off that we haven't presented publicly or that isn't included in the document.
Okay.
I guess beyond what we generally monitor in the course of business, but I can't think of anything to quote offhand.
Okay, I appreciate that. I think that's all I've got. We'll save the department questions for different days, right?
Great. Thank you very much, Councilmember. Councilmember Alter, Mayor Pro Tem, and then Councilmember Lane.
Thank you very much. I want to pick up on the social service contract discussion. And you said, what is the date that we will be discussing social service contracts?
Next Wednesday, the 22nd.
Okay. And at that, will we have a list of the actual planned cuts? Or, because I know right now it's more broad.
We will have a full list of the focus area cuts, which can go into the detail of contracts.
Okay. Well, Manager, you know I've mentioned this to you, and I think I've heard some similar sentiments here today. I am very concerned, and I'll just say I disagree with applying a percentage cut to an entire category, even if we have created categories within the social service contracts. I think if you pick your category, we'll say mental health, there might be contracts within there that we as a body feel maybe should have 0 cuts or 1 or 2%, and others that may not be performing as well or performing just as valuable of a service receive a different level of cut. And to just say, well, this happens to be in this category and so it gets this number, I just don't think is the right approach. It does require picking some winners and losers, and I get that, but we have to look really hard at who is delivering their services as expected and who is not. And if you're not meeting your contract obligations, then I think you should expect to see a more significant cut than somebody who is. So what I would ask is, before any list is provided to the public or before providers are contacted and told, expect to see your contract cut at whatever percent, if you could share that with us and get our feedback if there are specific contracts that we have great concern about, because it's really hard once it's public to go to someone who's been told that it was going to be a 10% cut, but because you're not doing a cut to someone else, now it's 15. And I don't want to pull the rug out from people like that.
Thank you for that. And our full intent was to have the conversation about the rubric and the scenarios and what a more strategic reduction would look like compared to the across the boards. And after we receive that, some input and feedback from you all, then going and having the conversation with the providers. So we definitely intend on having a conversation with you all before providing the final reductions.
And as part of that conversation, can you give us as much context as possible in terms of which providers are meeting the deliverable and which aren't? I know that ranges in the amount of information, but it is really hard other than knowing, we know certain names out there, right? We know Integral Care, we know Foundation Communities. There are other providers that may be doing great work we know nothing about, and if we don't have any insight into if this contract is delivering or not, it's really hard to say, well, this is a critical service versus that. So if you could just give us some context into the actual performance so that we can protect or advance the high performers and the ones that are high priority, I think that's the best way to go.
Yes, sir.
I want to also touch back on the housing vouchers. I understand that it's coming from the CIP, which was a general fund transfer, but housing vouchers themselves cannot be capitalized. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. So we're able to do that because it was a general fund transfer, and those funds are...
This is general revenue that was transferred into their capital budget to hold those dollars for these units.
Okay. Very good. In terms of the fire department overtime, we're adding $6 million to right size it. What do we expect this fiscal year their overtime is going to be relative to their appropriated amount?
So we are currently anticipating the fire department trending totally at 6.7 over the current year budget. We'll have to dig into what that looks like for overtime. I know there's been some things put in place to try to reduce that and reallocate some dollars within the fire department to address it, but we'll get you the overtime specific.
And will those expenditures be, or will that overage, will that be accounted for through reductions in FY26 expenditures, or do we think we're going to cover that with additional FY26 revenues?
So at the end of the year, it will probably be a mix of both. Usually what happens in the general fund is several departments have some level of savings, and then we have the additional revenue that we're anticipating from the sales tax revenue. And so it's going to be a little bit of a play of both sides. We'll know a little bit more as we get probably into late August, as we're kind of getting into the last couple of weeks of the budget, whether or not where the fire department in particular stands when it comes to the fiscal year and what that will look like for the general fund in total.
Okay. Okay. And I have two very just technical document questions, but there is, like, if you look in the Austin Water budget, one of their sources of funds is the Austin Water Reclaimed Water Utility Operating Fund. Got to get an acronym for that one. But there's no corresponding fund page in Volume 2. Is that just not a realized fund that has been included? Or what? Why is that fund a ghost?
I believe it's all combined, but I'm going to let Joseph speak to the details.
Good afternoon. Joseph Gonzalez, Deputy Director, Austin Water. And yes, so our combined fund summary essentially combines our three operating funds, the Water Operating Fund, Wastewater Operating Fund, and Reclaimed Operating Fund. And although we have transfers in between funds, they're all handled on a combined basis from a fund summary perspective.
Okay. All right. Very good. Then that's all I need to know on that. And then the other question I had is when you look at the enterprise pages in the document that discuss, the increase in revenues in more detail, the increase in expenditures, not the budget, but, in the like page 86, 87, and so forth. For a number of those departments, the increase, what is stated, and I'll just be more concrete for you here so it's a bit easier. If you go to page 86, on the go to page 85, it says in the middle, fiscal year 27, department operating revenue is going to increase by $108 million. But then you go to the chart on page 88, and the revenue doesn't reflect that change. Is the delta because of a transfers element? And the only reason I'm asking this is because we have seen the trend in so many of these enterprise department ending balances is our fund balances are pretty close to zero or trending to zero, and in a number of instances, and I'm just trying to reconcile the additional revenue we're getting from increased rates to how that's going to impact our fund balances and hopefully strengthen the funds for these, but just the numbers don't add up. And we can follow up after this, but I wanted to better understand why that discrepancy.
Is that versus the fund summary at the bottom?
Exactly.
I think it's versus estimate versus prior year amended budget issue. So I think the 108 million is versus budget, but it's probably not as large as an increment versus their estimated revenue.
Okay. All right. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Councilmember. Mayor Pro Tem, followed by Councilmembers Lane and then Councilmember Kadri.
Thank you, Mayor. This is actually Austin Resource Recovery. I just wanted to see how we are doing on the Northeast Service Center and how the construction is coming along on that. It was great. The grand opening of that was great. I'm looking forward to the facility being online, but just wanted to get a quick update on it.
Good afternoon, Richard McHale, Director of Austin Resource Recovery. We are still in the property search. We've been evaluating several properties, so there's actually been no construction at this point. So we're still in the real estate phase.
Okay, got it. All right, that's I think the only question I have. And thank you, Director.
I just want to clarify, was your question about the Northeast Service Center or about the...
and I'm sorry, I was thinking actually, and I think I got my property. That's another question I had, and so I'm glad you answered that. But it was fleet management that I believe is going to be in charge of that Northeast Fleet Service Center, right?
Well, I can speak to that too. So ARR is actually one of the tenants on that property as well. So construction is actually moving along very well. The parking garage has been completed. 2 of the buildings have already been erected. We've had a few rain days here to delay things, but we'll take the rain right now. But things are moving ahead. We're still on schedule for opening around November of 2027.
November of next year.
Yes.
Okay. And once that is completed, then we can move out of the service center that's right next to the Millennium right there in East Austin. Are those facilities moving over to that area as well? I don't know if you can speak to that, but
yeah, I believe Hargrave, the property in Hargrave. I think Fleet is here, and I'll let them speak to that. But
thank you very much.
But you are correct. It's the Fleet property there where they currently service their public safety vehicles on Hargraves That operation will move to the new Northeast Service Center, which will then allow for redevelopment of the Hargrave site.
Got it. And I don't know if you have anything to add to that, but
Rick Harlan, this is Deputy Director of Fleet Mobility Services. Yes, we are going to be moving out of the Hargrave facility, 7 acres on the corner of 12th and Hargrave at the time. And it's going to take about a quarter to actually kind of deconstruct that site. There's been some preliminary testing that's been done on the soil already. It's in preparation right now, really looking forward to it.
great. I would imagine, I mean, I know it's been used, largely industrial uses for a long time, and so there's probably going to be a significant amount of remediation.
It's had a long history.
Yeah. Okay. Are there any other facilities that will open up that y'all are working at right now, city-owned properties that are going to move into fleet management, or is that the principal kind of location that's going to be freed up?
We have a service center at Kramer Lane that's called Service Center 13. We're going to close that down. We're going to keep the fuel site there, but that service center will close down, and it will likely decongest the rest of the facilities that we've got.
Great. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. This next one is for watershed, actually. And I see Director Morales up there. Good afternoon, Director.
Good afternoon. Jorge Morales, Watershed Protection.
I see the DUF, and again, I know that's a critical source of funding for both capital projects and for operating revenue for the Watershed Department. I know we've talked before about the division of the DUF between kind of capital and operating. Well, what would that look like for the coming fiscal year?
So as you can see in the budget, we are increasing the cash transfer from the DUF. So the DUF have a cash transfer. We have started lowering it in recent years, but we're actually showing and projecting to get it back up to the level we had it previously.
Mm-hmm. And would that cash transfer, would that go to capital projects or?
Yes.
Okay.
CIP is mostly capital projects, drainage projects, but we also do asset like fleet vehicles, and that's also under capital as well.
Okay. And again, I know we've had these conversations offline, but the DUF can fund a lot of capital projects, but there's a handful of larger projects that may be outside of the scope of the DUF's ability to fund. We had talked about the Shoal Creek and the flooding problems on there, and the possibility of trying to alleviate those kind of flooding problems in a similar way that we did with the Waller Creek tunnel. I know, is that just a conversation at this point? Are there any kind of plans on that? Where are we on some kind of again, those major investment projects like that?
You're correct, Mayor Pro Tem. So there's different level of thresholds. So large-scale projects some of these projects can be $15, $20 million, like the project you're referencing. Mm-hmm. And those are difficult to cover with the cost of the DUF cash transfer. Just is not enough. We'd be doing 1 or 2 a year, mm-hmm. and we have much more need than that. So we do rely on the GEO bonds for the large-scale projects. And so that's part of the conversation. We do have small and medium-scale projects that we do at different levels, either in-house construction or IDIQ, definite delivery and definite quantity. Mm-hmm. As it relates to Shoal Creek, we did the preliminary engineering report many years back, and to do a Shoal Creek solution would be in excess of what we did on Waller Creek. Waller Creek was roughly a $150 million tunnel project. And so we're talking about that magnitude. That's much, much larger scale.
Mm-hmm. And I mean, with inflation and whatnot, that's probably double at this point in that range.
Yes, and we have information from the preliminary study, but once again, that's much larger scope type of project.
All right. All right. Thank you very much. And then finally, I just comment real quickly. I wanted to thank the city manager and our budget staff and housing. It's been mentioned, but I just want to stress that the housing vouchers and the wraparound services, and again, I know we're trying to kind of meet these different needs that we have, but that's such a critical need, in making sure that folks stay housed in the PSH that we just built, and making sure that the services are available at the PSH that we just built, where we were able to essentially keep that going at a good level. And again, I just want to thank staff for that. When I go out and about in the community, again, homelessness is probably the number one concern that folks bring up, the constituents bring up, and our just ongoing efforts in making sure that our PSH projects are successful are just so critical. So again, thank y'all for getting that done.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Councilmember Lane, followed by Councilmember Cotnery.
Thank you, Mayor. I have a follow-up question that relates to the answer given to Councilmember Siegel's question about the police equipment line item. And this will also touch on parks and trail security, so just giving a heads up as to that as well. So, I'll note that in the year that's coming to a close now, we passed the Trust Act with the intention that it would be a very transparent process through which to evaluate certain types of equipment, and that these types of equipment would not be purchased before we had that in place. And from where I sit, that future moment is here. So I do find it appropriate that there is budgeting in this budget for new equipment purchases, including those types of equipment. And I want to raise a further question about parks and trails security. We've had a number of public safety incidents in parks. We've had briefings through Public Safety Committee to the council as a whole as it relates to APD within our parks, cameras within our parks, park security, infrastructure that might be necessary, equipment that might be necessary, all of these things. I believe that these various conversations have been quite productive. And I certainly represent a district that has been significantly impacted by public safety considerations in parks that haven't historically recently gotten a lot of police presence. They do not have the infrastructure to support the types of cameras that we currently have in order to do some of the rebidding work and reworking what would be pursued as it relates to parks cameras. It would be necessary to have some additional infrastructure in place because currently there are no buildings to affix cameras to. And so that is, I flipped off the wrong tab. That is the area where I want to ask a specific question, because I did not hear in the answer to that equipment purchase any mention of a budget allocation for parks cameras or other equipment related to that, or limited infrastructure improvements for purposes of park security or trail security. I know that there has been some interdepartmental work between the Parks Department and the APD on park security, so I don't actually know. Maybe that's showing up in the parks line items, or maybe it's split between the two, or maybe it just didn't make it in yet. So I think that, Director Lang, if you have any insight as to whether there are any allocations around equipment, staffing, or infrastructure in support of parks and trails security, I'd love to hear that. And I'm also happy to hear from Chief Davis or the Parks Department about the funding for those priorities, which we certainly know are coming back to us in the coming year.
Good afternoon, Council Member. Thank you for the question. Jesus Aguirre, Austin Parks and Recreation. With regards to the overall safety and security needs that we've heard from community members and council members, et cetera, we're sort of working from sort of at the starting point of how to address some of those challenges. The department conducted a safety and security audit of the entire system to begin to figure out what we needed to do. The high-level message there is that we needed to begin to build an infrastructure around safety and security, much like our partners at the libraries and other facilities management. So in this budget, actually in the current budget, not in the proposed budget, in our current fiscal budget, we're starting that process. So we're looking to reclassify a position internally to begin to create a security manager to help us begin to build that infrastructure. In addition, the funding that had been allocated for the security cameras, security trailer cameras pilot, we still have that money available. We're working through the various processes. as you described, with the Trust Act, working with our partners on the technical security side of things and with the vendor to bring that back to council. So that's still in our current budget, and our hope is to continue to move that. But more broadly, we're really taking sort of the 2 or 3 year approach to figure out how we build that infrastructure.
Okay, so I certainly appreciate that there's a longer process at play, and also the recognition of the conclusion of that pilot program without continuation. I am highlighting that, I represent an area where specifically it was determined through that pilot program that parks cameras made a difference in reducing the activity that is of strong concern to my constituents all along Old Spicewood Springs Road, 3 parks properties along there, plus other city-owned land all up and down. Just lost my train of thought. I'm so sorry. It's been a long day. But what was found, it is one of those, and I know Councilmember Duchin has another area in which the determination by virtue of that data was that the cameras worked, and the second they were removed, it went back up. And so I certainly, I will not be entering the current budget process with the idea of, I understand, I appreciate that you noted some funding that still remains, but I'm highlighting that I'm entering this budget process wanting to ensure that there's sufficient funding for parks cameras, security, infrastructure that's needed without putting any of it forward to 3 to 5 years or bond funding. And simply noting that of those areas that fall into that category, I think that the park that I represent is the only one that has 0 existing infrastructure, and therefore not able to be used by the types of cameras that have been discussed. And I will also daylight that, the Trust Act, of course, was passed with a lot of consideration to the ways in which APD will use security cameras, as well as all of our departments. And I am supportive of moving forward in this consideration, regardless of which budget it ends up in. And noting that other equipment purchases that are in that APD line item, are technology that is already in use in other public safety and other departments. So I'll give an opportunity to Chief Davis if she wants to weigh in. I do also have a couple of other related topics. They won't be related to parks.
Thank you, ma'am. I do think it's important to note that when we're talking about those line items, those are to replace existing drones that we already have, that we're already using, SWAT, different things like that. So it's not anything new, and certainly it would be no surprise to anybody that I absolutely would love for us to look at a drone as a first responder program, but that line item is specifically to replace ones that we already have.
Thank you for clarifying that. It sounds like our parks cameras might be our trust test case. And with that, I'm going to shift to also daylighting a couple of other concerns publicly as early as possible in our consideration of this budget. They are related to public safety. So specifically when it comes to public safety, I will just say it has not slipped past me that there is no mention of the Joint Emergency Communications Department in this proposal. Last year, 1 year ago, during this budget process, a resolution was unanimously passed that was specifically designed to create long-term savings in public safety while improving 911 response times across our city and improving collaboration with neighboring jurisdictions. However, as of today, Council still has not received a cost estimate on what it would take to implement, let alone transition to a plan that we requested 11 months ago. I do understand that work is actively being completed, and I anticipate and hope that we will receive enough information during this budget process to be able to evaluate the costs and the benefits. But what I want to daylight is that I will be fighting to see that sufficient money is allocated to make progress on this goal. While we do currently have all of the call operators under the same roof, it's not the same as having them all use the same communications tools and management structure and making the information technology improvements that are necessary to really have the most robust functioning that the city deserves, and all parts of the city deserve. I'm frankly concerned that we have gone a full year. And certainly in District 6, one of the late annexed parts of this city that is entirely outlying areas where there are a lot of patchworks of jurisdictions, we have had very long-standing issues that, are related to this IFC. So that's the next topic that I want to delay. And then I also I learned something interesting this week, and I haven't fact-checked it yet. A few of my colleagues might be able to help out with this, but I heard that Adams sector is larger than San Francisco. I'm not sure if that's true or not. I haven't fact-checked it, but I do know that it is the largest police sector in our city, that it is an area in which, there have been challenges as it relates to police response, and frankly, in my part of Adams sector, all public safety response. And so we're not here to talk about bond, and I will not, but I will say this, I'm not planning to wait for a bond discussion to try to solve problems around the challenges of improving response in Adams sector. And so with that in mind, knowing that Adams sector, this large district, is entirely served by the North Substation, which is itself fairly distant from Adams sector, I will share with you all that I will also be fighting for funding in this budget to provide Adams sector patrol officers with a secure location in an actual building with air conditioning and heat, where they can complete paperwork, take breaks, and manage operations in District 6, 100% of which is served by Adams sector. So I have some general closing comments, but I know I went long on public safety, so
you've been past your time.
So I can just stop.
A couple of minutes. Okay, good. I'll come
Thank
back
you.
to you if you'd like.
Yes.
Councilmember Cadre.
Great. Thank you, Mayor. Have three quick questions, and just because Chief Davis, you were at the table, I will start with question number. I'll ask with question number 3 first, and I'm going off of a little bit of what Councilmember Stiegel had previously asked about the $425,000 in recruitment funding. I wanted to know how that, or how you see, or how that $425K and the $79,000 for a civilian recruitment position, on how you see those two investments working together.
Well, certainly, I think they work very well together when you're bringing in, and we're having, as I said, we've doubled what our applicants pool are. So when you're bringing that in, that means more background investigations. That means more work on that end as far as the administrative side. So certainly that position that we've asked for would help with that. Again, the money for recruiting would support that primary goal of getting these numbers and these vacancies, getting us fully staffed.
Got it. And then specifically, is the $425K intended to fund an external contractor to develop and implement long-range recruitment and marketing strategy? Because it's a one-time funding for the $425, right? The $79K for the position is ongoing, right. But so the $425K, is it intended to fund an external contractor to develop recruitment strategy that'll last for?
I think it's that in addition to other things. It's digital assets, billboards, commercials, all of those things that we need to do. Do we need to travel to recruit? We know analytics. We know that we can look at data on certain people that are Googling Austin Police Department. And so is there an interest in New Jersey or other places for, I'm sorry, I think that is my phone going off. That is my Spock. So
if you need to get to that,
I think that's
get
probably
it.
an emergency. I probably do. So it is all of those things. It is looking at, it's not one thing. And I think when you're looking at recruiting, it can never be just one thing. It's how can we be successful in many different markets? And whether that's Instagram, looking at our web page. What does our web page look like?
Can we get in these
Yeah,
questions?
I'm done with it.
I think she's in an emergency.
I'm done with the question.
Yeah, I mean,
Thank
it's an
you.
important question, but
Yeah. Okay. Thank you, Chief. Okay.
by the way, if anybody's learning, that may be the way you get out of answering questions.
Yeah. Great. Thank you, Chief Davis. Going back to what was going to be my first question, it was around civilian compensation and the market study. So on page 40 of Volume 1, the proposed budget references $19.6 million for a citywide analysis of compensation levels, while elsewhere it identifies $4.3 million as a placeholder for civilian civilian citywide market study, along with $100,000 to modernize the city's classification and compensation systems. So my question is, can you walk us through how these figures relate to one another? And specifically, is it the $4.3 million included within that $19.6 million, and what does each amount fund?
While Carrie's getting the exact details, I think the simple answer is the 4.3 is the general fund share of the total citywide amount, which is the $19 million number.
Got it. Thank you.
He is correct.
Okay. Are you also looking up anything else on y'all's end or no?
No, the 19.4 is citywide, 4.3 is the general fund portion.
Okay, great. And then second question, or last question. The proposed budget also includes $315,000 in savings from eliminating 5 vacant positions in the municipal court's court compliance unit. Can you walk us through the rationale for eliminating these positions, what functions they were intended to perform, and whether removing them will have any impact on the court operations?
Good afternoon. Mary Jane Grubb, Clerk of the Court. We are recommending elimination of the court compliance unit. This unit used to be required by state law. It's responsible for bringing individuals into compliance with their court orders. They primarily skip trace, which means looking for proper addresses so we can make sure that notices are getting to people. If people cannot meet the terms of a standard payment plan, they meet with them to go over their financial information and make recommendations to judges. And they also do outbound phone calling. That law was repealed in, I believe, 2019. We have continued the program because we found that it was very valuable. However, it is no longer required, and in the environment that we're in, we feel that we can spread those duties to other units and reduce the resources required to perform the same duties.
Great, thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Lane, and then I don't have anybody else signed up after Councilmember Lane, so what we will do is when we finish this, we'll go to item number 2. Councilmember Lane. Okay.